Good morning. Sorry, I'm just trying to get the last of the data together. All right. Yeah, selling off a little bit. Wonder if there's a gap from last night to the upside, though. I think it's got a little bit of momentum here. All right, let's see what options are looking like. Hmm. All right. Yeah, pretty well stacked down to, well, kind of all the way down. Plenty of puts. Nvidia's selling off quite a bit here. Let's see what NQ. Oh yeah, NQ's dumping hard. Back down to the 14.5 level. I feel like it should find some support there, but definitely getting hit a lot harder than SPX today. Oil's down a little bit, so that'll help. See what VIX looks like. Oh Jesus, VIX is still just terrible. Hmm. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. Is Fubo still realizing liquidity? Last I looked, yeah. I don't have the chart up right now, but let me see. Hold on. Uh, yes. You're so quiet, close to the mic. Well, I'm kind of mumbling, but aggressive drop. VIX says what? Right? You gotta love it when VIX just gets absolutely fucking demolished when the market's dropping. Downside put interest still looks pretty strong. There's like a put wall at 42.75. Still call interest up to 4,300, but it's definitely weaker. 4275 and 4285 seem to have the most calls. But 4275 is still negatively weighted. No, it's not. Oh, it is. It is. Just a little bit, though. Is this consistent realization over time to prevent a run? What? Which one are you talking about? Fubo? I don't think they're really preventing anything on it, but it does look like there's accumulation. Like they let off a little bit of liquidity from like last Tuesday through yesterday, and then they started shorting again. So probably, I mean, that's kind of in line with, you know, the market moving up. Prediction, SPX down 100 BPS and VIX down 200 BPS today. It's kind of fucking ridiculous. Palantir is not stopping. This is getting ridiculous. Are you still shorting it? Didn't you learn your lesson? When you got narrowly saved by like 10 cents the other day? I mean, I don't think it has like a lot of upside left. It's been trading in the like the same $1 range since fucking what the 30th. How is VIX down? That's an excellent question. Damn, the video is pumping kind of hard. What's going on with NQ? Okay, NQ actually didn't bounce that much. So it bounced off 14.5, like $35. I don't know. These bounces don't look super strong. ES bounced off like 42.70, but only $2. ES looks weaker. I'll say that much. SPX actually looks stronger than ES right now. It's a bit weird. I guess we're getting close to the roll. Palantir mentioned AI, so it goes to 400. Yeah, I own a lot of Palantir, believe me. They're not going to 400. I'm not that lucky. What happened to Tesla sub 100? I don't know, give it like 6 months. It already went sub 100. Were you not there for that? Nvidia's been hovering back to the 390 range a lot. Yeah, well, they're still pulling, like, so they're pulling sold calls back, closing them out, and then selling them again. They're doing the same shit they were doing when it was trading down at like 230. Thoughts on IEP July bull put spreads? 1750 15. How many of them? I mean, your max loss is $250, right? Minus the credit, but if you're going to sell like 5,000 of them, it's still just super risky. It takes a lot to pump. It takes a long time to distribute those shares without dropping the price. Yep. GTLB rocketed after earnings. Okay. I got an alternative to BTU. My company just recommended it as a buy, which means I cannot own. Oh shit. Hmm. Specifically for coal or like energy? I was looking at GNE. I mean, they definitely don't have the same value, but I like DVN a lot. I've been buying a lot of that. I've been buying Oxy. DVN's a little broader because they have like natural gas exposure. FSLR dumping again. I know. This is August 2.0. It feels a lot like it. Jesus. Oh, 1 second. Well, I missed my allergist appointment this morning. That's unfortunate. A little bit more call buying at 42.75. A lot more put selling. It's a hell of a bounce. Is there steam in the bounce? I don't know. There's data in 10 minutes. So I don't know if they're just trying to get the gap filled before the data comes in. No, it's pretty split. I mean, they're selling a shitload of puts, but they're not getting very much money for them, right? And there's a fairly equivalent number of puts at every strike. Up to 42.85. Above 42.85, from like 42.90 to 4300, the call side wins out. But if this fails and that support sells off, then puts are pretty heavy all the way down to 42.50. So we'll see who wins. I mean, there's definitely a little bit of a battle there. That was a big chunk of 4300s that dropped. Although remember that was a minute ago, so yeah, futures sold off a little bit there too. NASDAQ, not ES. Do you have a favorite bodega sandwich? No. I try not to eat at bodegas because they aren't good anymore. They used to be a lot better when I was younger, but most of them have gone way the fuck downhill. Well, the big difference here between now and August of 2022 is probably the biggest difference is probably VIX and zero DTEs. My price target for VIX is under 10. Is Ivy always this high going into GME earnings? I mean, it's usually pretty high. Yeah. At least on the weekly strike. There's only what? 2 days until the end of the week. June 16 is around 140. That's a little higher. But the 30-day is still at like 90, which is pretty low for GME. Nvidia's getting a pretty sweet pump this morning for no apparent reason. You think they just go fuck it and start selling in the money puts for leverage since the death of VIX? That's no, that's so fucking they'd get blown up. I'm stupidly tempted to dump my upstart for a tiny profit and go all in on GME earnings. The grass is always greener on the other side, isn't it? Yeah. Any thoughts on Carvana? I can't make heads or tails of it. I think their business model's a failure. Is the data at 10 relevant at all? Yes. The survey? Yeah. Moderately. That's like the economic outlook survey. I think it's IBD. It's moderately relevant. It usually has some effect. Hmm. 1 second. Ooh, interesting. This is getting a little more bearish. Hmm. I've come here to chew bubblegum and like the stream, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Thank you, Nedog. NVIDIA got upgraded to A plus by S&P. Outlook stable. Okay. I heard a rumor that the Steam Deck is coming to GameStop. They don't sell it already? When does this whole nonsense come crashing down? How will they spin it and blame someone else? I feel like the investors these days are way more insightful. That doesn't mean they won't spin it and blame someone else. That just means it'll be more obvious that they're lying, right? I think I found a new calling. My university wants to promote a lot of changes, like only vegan, vegetarian food because it's healthier. Now I let Chat GPT write a plea every time to shitpost. Nice. I'm glad that you found meaning in your life. PGA approves merge with Live. Okay. How long would you hold a SPX straddle today from 40 to 65? I mean, it's eventually. Did you just enter it? Or did you enter it last night? Entered yesterday? I mean, I'd at least wait until I was profitable on one side of it. Bearish? Same like VIX to 10? That's a good question. I mean, I have no idea how many poor puts they're gonna sell, right? May I please ask for your reasons on the Tesla short? It seems some people think that the only one is Elon dumb. Well, for a while there, that was a big part of it. Especially after his like acquisition of Twitter and his need to sell off a significant amount of his shareholdings in order to fund his further ventures. But that was like, back in 2021 through 2022. No, I mean, automobiles are a cyclical. Used car prices are getting cheaper, which is going to pull business away from Tesla. The EV market in China is becoming far more competitive, and the number of available buyers is contracting because they're experiencing a credit crunch. The US is going through something similar, but at a much slower pace. And people are not going to be able to afford, $70,000 EVs with $1,000 a month payments. No shit, Tesla doesn't sell used cars, but they still have to compete against the used car market, magnanimous, like every new car manufacturer. Thoughts on 616 $30 GME calls for earnings? Okay, if you want to. I'm just going to sell covered calls. I don't really care how earnings turns out. If it goes up, I'll sell covered calls. If it goes down, I'll sell covered calls. If it continues to trade flat for 6 more months, I'll also sell covered calls. We weren't joking about Lily taking forever to see downs. Also, I looked at the definition of forever, and I don't like it. Market pump with 0 DTE calls. Support level with sold puts. Rinse and repeat for a third week in a row. Third day? Third day in a row? The call side is advantaged here, right? We have the dealers net positive on gamma, so um they're going to take advantage of that for as long as they can. I expect while gamma's positive that most downside will be realized overnight or in the pre-market. You're only encouraging the DDS DD people, right? Whatever. They'll get burned out. There's only like one or two people now that ask if Ryan Cohen moved earnings. It fades over time. This thing gonna break down anytime soon? Well, the economic data's out. It's 41.7 versus the previous 41.6. It's below the consensus estimate of 45.2, though. And then that's pretty much the only relevant data today. I think there's like the red book came out this morning, but that came in really low, 0.6 versus last month's 1.2. Yeah, I think that's about it for today. Still no news on R2K inclusion? Nope. As far as I know, FTSE hasn't released any information on the reconstitution for R2K yet. VIX hasn't been this low since pre-COVID crash. Yes, it has. Do you think we should consider all data irrelevant until further notice? I mean, the IBD like economic sentiment survey is like, it's like a survey of like 900 people. It's not wildly impactful. It can have a little bit of an impact if it's a big miss or something, but otherwise no one really cares. It's not like CPI or PCE or PPI or something like that. Someone in Discord said that Japan might be selling treasuries. Any thoughts on that? Was it Poopy Pants? Poopy Pants really likes the idea of Japan selling treasuries. Does funds shift more capital? Some of the Japanese insurance companies are shedding treasury holdings. But they announced that they were going to like a month ago, month and a half ago. As funds shift more capital into zero DTE strategies, do you think longer SPX contracts will get significantly cheaper as demand is reduced? Well, spreads can get wider. If so, maybe this plays into VIX downs to some extent. Sure, but not a lot of funds are using zero DTE strategies, right? And probably very few of them. Is this our fate until JPOW next week? I don't know. We saw a decent amount of capitulation on the long side yesterday after we failed to break 4,300. Not that that positioning can't rebuild, but a lot of the nearer and further dated call positioning closed up. So hopefully we continue to see that trend today. And we're definitely not seeing longer dated calls come in right now. We're just seeing a lot of puts being sold. We're not even seeing that many zero DTE calls come in. I mean, it's maybe at like 4,300, but the rest of the strikes have stayed pretty much the same throughout the day. Gap's almost filled here. This is, another bear flag, so we'll see what happens. But below 42.75, I think the puts still have a little bit of an advantage here. JPOW's during SLD, I think. So next week. What does the definition of a bear flag change due to the price breaking up constantly? Yeah. Tesla breaking away from SPX, probably tracking QQQ. Yeah, NQ's still underperforming SPX today. I buy Theta and then regret not using it. That's a thing. Well, if it keeps moving up, at least I'll get out of both sides of my straddle. $42.85 is pretty strong resistance this morning. Yes, it's testing it soon. Almost there. This upside move's losing a lot of volume. So break up and more VIX shorting. Hmm. It's fucking ridiculous. $42, is that $42.80? Sorry. $42.80. The video failing. Hmm. All right. I don't know. The gap got filled. They left a couple gaps to the downside. There's not like a ton more call interest coming in here. There was a little bit coming in when we broke the gap, and then it kind of dumped. So It looks like put interest is picking up again. NASDAQ got rejected pretty hard off of 14,575. Now it's retesting 14,550. But the trend is way lower. So I'd want to see NASDAQ break down below like 14,535. NQ, sorry. And then ES is kind of just not fucking doing anything. Like volume picked up there for a second, but now it's, I guess it tested 42.85 just a little bit. Next candle opened at 42.79.25 though, so back below 42.80. So 42.70 is like positive. 42.75 is negative. So unless we get some volume here, we're in a bit of a channel. Put interest is picking up again. A little more. I wonder if the long side will capitulate though. Some of it's pretty far out of the money. NQ insane spike. It broke down below 40.50, 14,550. Did you get stopped out of your call side there? Yeah. But now I don't have any upside hedge, which is maybe problematic. Please explain Upstart. What do you want to know about it? I explained Upstart in the daily. It's still index exposed. And it's still illiquid. Do you see the bullish divergence on the weekly RSI on GMA? Okay. That just means that the stock has gone up week over week. It doesn't mean anything else. No daily pinned? Oh, did I not pin it? Sorry. I thought I did. One sec. I mean, it's on the subreddit. Do you ever trade NQ or only SPX? Sometimes. NQ is really risky. Does one incur a bad faith violation for flipping options with unsettled cash? Yeah, you can. Good faith violation. Anyway. Hmm. This is a very boring start to the day. Retest. Almost retesting 4285 on ES. More calls coming in. Few. Kind of flat. See if there's changes going on at further dated strikes. Or maybe SPY. But it's not like a shitload of zero DTEs. Like, there's a lot of puts being sold, but there's not a lot of zero DTEs being bought, which is curious. I don't know if they're just waiting till they're cheaper to buy them. They could be. There's a call wall at 4270. But there's put interest below that. Skew adjusted gamma is like 9.5 billion. Hmm. Boring means the wrong way. Well, it seems to be stuck kind of right here. I mean, I'll buy more calls if it breaks up, but it's not breaking up. And I don't want to buy more puts unless it breaks down, so boring. Yeah, trading in a tight channel. On low volume. When should we expect Yellen to start unloading that 1 trillion in treasuries? I think the next auctions are scheduled for the 8th. So this Thursday. Double top, hopefully not a meme. I don't really think that I have enough volume to determine where this is going to go right now. Like, momentum's just nothing. Is there any, like, longer dated 4300 positioning that needs to be, like, extracted? 616? But those are like half and half, like sold and bought. I miss Jan and Feb. The past 4 months have destroyed my port, and it makes me sad. It's not been fun. Palantir signs $463 million deal with US SOCOM. I guess you were right. That was like 2 days ago. It's an ascending triangle, not a double top. It's probably bullish. I'm gonna get some calls. Fuck it. Did they delete the sell button on futures? It's really grinding up. It's it's grinding flat. Someone's selling at 42.85. There's just plenty of buyers. I mean, Tesla's kind of breaking down from resistance today. A little bit. Not confirmed yet, though. Probably still want to see it break down below, like, 205 to confirm it. July 21? I mean, that's quite a lot of time. There's a treasury auction tomorrow for 17-week bills, but I don't know how much. Tomorrow? I didn't see any for 6-7. Was that new? You have to look up by the QSIP number to find out how many or how much they're tendering. For an 8-week or on the 8th. And then we have 13 and 26 on the 12th. We have the 3-year, and then so it looks like a lot of them are on the 12th. The 13 and 26 week bills, and then the 3 and 10-year notes are on the 12th, and then 30-year bonds on the 13th. So a bunch of them next week. But yeah, I see the 17-week for tomorrow. So we have one 17-week tomorrow. And then we have a 4 and an 8-week on Thursday. And then that's it for this week. So far. I mean, they can always add them. Volume feels unusually low today. But futures volume's quite high. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Yeah, but futures have traded like 500,000 contracts so far. Nasdaq's traded 216,000. Nasdaq got rejected here at 14,580. ES not really getting rejected, just kind of flat. I guess it's consolidating a little bit, but not a lot yet. Look how high the volume is though. Hmm. Wondering the range between now and July for Levi? Yeah, give me one sec. A nice little bounce. I mean, not a lot of range. You've probably got resistance at about 1450. Sorry, and 14. Just like the psychological levels, or probably the next two strikes. But 14 and 1450 look like resistance. Those are the levels I'd watch at least. I mean, it could keep moving up. It's got a little bit of momentum. Volume's picking up a little bit. Looks like it get hung up around like 1450. Vic's driving a little lower. Yes, still flat. Yeah. All right, let's see. Some of this is like profit taking on the call side. What was this? 64 million? The auction date's more relevant than the settlement date. I just got assigned to my GME $24 CC for next week. I'm glad I got some 25 Jan 24 leaps as a hedge. Nice. In this market, bearish patterns are bullish and bullish patterns are super bullish. I mean, yeah, right now. That's how it's been for definitely the last few days. Also, this hasn't really gotten bullish. I mean, it broke up, but now it's just trading flat. So it is an ascending wedge. But an ascending wedge is a continuation, right? So, an ascending wedge off of like an off of a downtrend is supposed to be bearish. It's not that bad economic news is bullish, it's just being ignored. I just bought 4 big lots of $10 calls just next week. GME IV is just too high for my wallet. You can always use IV to discount your position, right? You like sell a $30 call and buy a 25 or 26. Just open a bull debit spread. Fubo's making moves. It's at $1.80. It's up 8 cents. It looks like most of IWM's doing pretty well today. Yeah, Russell's up 180 BPS. Mm. How long do they need to offload bags? This has been going on for 2 months at least. Probably longer. It's not like a quick process, but like net outflows or equities have been net outflows for the last. I mean, it's not just been the last 2 months. It's been the last like 35 or 36 weeks. Price action at GME seems freggish. I don't know. Not enough volume today to tell if they're covering again. Maybe a little bit. They got a bunch of liquidity in the pre-market. But yeah, I mean borrow rates going down still, so I would guess that there's still some covering going on, but the volume's super fucking low. We haven't even hit 1 million volume yet today. Any trading strategies you can think of someone no skill and a decent amount of money? I remember you talking about your friend who does okay just by some VWAP trading. Thanks. I mean, but that still requires like good risk management. And yeah, he does fine. All of his orders just have a immediate stop and take profit set on them, and he just trades crossovers of VWAP, and it's perfectly okay. You can make 15, 20 trades a day for 5% each. Depending on the day, some days are choppier than others. That trading strategy benefits from choppiness. Condors are pretty simple. On like the income side, you could probably make better yields off condors if you get good at placing them properly. You can use spreads, which have fixed risk. But all of them, you're gonna need to practice. You're gonna need some skill and execution. Do you like Rio Tinto? Not particularly. I was thinking about this too, and I hope it's not too much hopium, but the treasury issuance would seem like the end date for keeping things propped up, in my opinion. I mean, next week's gonna be, there's a lot going on next week. We've got a bunch of like bill and note auctions, bill, note, and bond auctions. We have the JPOW decision, we have CPI, we have PPI, and we have SLD. Does anyone else just stop trading and walk away for a week or so? I used to. I definitely would have during this period in the past. Dirty little toe beans. 16 months already. Thank you so much. Thanks, big guy. Also, thoughts on NVIDIA? I'm poor adjacent, and I think shares look appealing. NVIDIA options are more than my rent. You want to go long NVIDIA? At 400? NVDS. Oh, man, the fucking decay on NVDS is awful. Especially with them like cycling covered calls over and over at the top. For every gain, the loss is greater because of the leverage. It's not as bad as something like SQQQ or SPXS, but it's still not great. MOASS is here. Yeah, woo, $25. And like BTU, my CSPs on T are now out of the money. I'm bad at being bullish. I mean, I think T was cheap enough that it could just be bought, but yeah, it's hard to determine what the right thing is to do when something bottoms out like that. Warren Buffett famously learned a lesson about CSPs, and then after he got burned on them, he spent like 2 years saying derivatives were gambling. Thanks, Heath Dill. When do you think we break down from this range? I don't know if we're gonna break down here. I mean, I just bought some calls like a few minutes ago, so Why is it so weak? There you go. These breakouts are so strange. Hmm. DDS up $10 from open. It's doing pretty well. Is that it? Where the fuck are the call buyers? Gamma Max is still at 25.50. Closing their puts? We'd be seeing VIX move up if they were closing the puts out. You're still cutting your June 16 puts by tomorrow if no downside is realized. Some of them, yes. Is a stop of 10% too close for a breakout in these ranges? Depends on a lot of factors, like your strike and how liquid it is. If you have like a really illiquid strike, yeah, you probably need more flexibility in your stop. Also, the moneyness of it. If you're out of the money, like further out of the money, you need a wider stop. At the money and in the money, it doesn't need to be so wide. But there's no fixed answer. When selling bear call spreads where yield on risk percentage is higher than the short call delta, be profitable long term, e.g. sell 5-point wide bear call spread for 250 and short call delta is 0.5 or 0.45. Hmm. I mean, moderately, but you're selling spreads that close to the money is, especially if they have theta, is going to present a lot of risk. Can you look into Unity software for me from the pump yesterday? I'm holding calls until tomorrow T2. Are there FTDs? Oh, I have no idea. I don't have any information on Unity at all. I don't analyze their FTDs. I can take a look at it. I mean, it kind of looks like it's failing its peak into the pre-market today. MM's trying to drive it back to a spot, which isn't, you know, generally a good sign. The IV on your calls, unless they're in the money, is going to crush out pretty hard post earnings. Dixie about to fall off a cliff? I don't think so. It's up today. Because of the double top? Everyone getting nervous like when the clacking slows down on the ascent of a roller coaster. There's definitely a little more tension in the air, but that's just because there's no fucking volume. What's the range? What is range on SPX? 43 and 4250. It's pretty wide, but there's quite a bit of positioning on both sides of like 4270. How low can VIX really go? I mean, I'd imagine as low as they can get it. Eventually puts are way too cheap and their put selling becomes almost ineffective. Well, they've had to continue to sell them closer and closer to the money as they drive VIX down in order to net equivalent premium, right? So yeah, I mean, eventually if buyers like natural buying isn't coming in, which it's really not, um then their positioning is going to fail, right? That's the problem with like pumping, right? Is if nobody comes in on your pump, you're all alone. How close to the money are they now compared to before, percentage wise? I mean, they've been selling them at like 4250. So like delta wise, much closer. I mean, they're still selling further expirations, but let's see, probably about 50% closer to the money than they were last week when VIX was at like 18. And they may just be trying to keep VIX down until its expiration, which is tomorrow morning, right? Win 25 BPS candle to the downside. We'll see. VIX is starting to move up a little here, but not much. This kind of looks like repositioning on like ES more than it does on SPX. Because, you know, ES has a obscene amount of volume for how little it's gone up. And it's been pretty consistent, too. Are you exposing yourself to GME earnings? I mean, yes. I don't have any cover calls out right now. So I'm exposed to whatever happens. I might sell some like $30 cover calls tonight just because IV's ridiculous. At least on like the weekly and like next week's expirations. Like these are like $30 cover calls, like 0.29 delta is $1. So that's not too bad. Gamma max is at 25.50. So yeah, those aren't awful. Are they better for this week? They might be better for this week. That's what, 86 cents? This week's almost a 3% yield. Next week's 3.6%. A lot less theta risk selling them this week, though. Yeah, I might sell a few. Not a lot. Pilot, we've run out of gas. Flight attendant, how far do you think it'll get us? Pilot, if I have to guess, the scene of the accident. Ha. Come at me, bro. I bought those calls. I haven't even sold them yet. Pilot, I bet we'll beat the paramedics there by half an hour. 100 million shares, which secures their money runway to finalize deals with car companies that are looking to be done this year. What, MVIS? You guys can buy all the... If they want to assign me on GME at $30, I'm more than happy with that outcome. That's like $29 profit per share. I'll take it. What in the actual fuck is today? All right. Let's talk about something interesting. That's not the market. I set like 30% stop on my zero DTs and got stopped, but it looks like we might have to move up more here. It's kind of crazy how wide your stops have to be on these moves up. Yeah, the moves down too. And the contracts are pretty illiquid today. You see about the aliens? No, because I don't follow news sources that cater to 10,000 subscribers. I made 100% on my SPY call hedge. Gross. Look at you. You're hedging now? Popcorn. What's going on? Is this because your wife's not working anymore? After bideting, do you lean to wipe or stand? Well, it's not really wiping. It's just drying. But stand. Nah, I just want to replenish my port. Okay. Usually in the past, you did that by just depositing more money. Bruce Wayne, no offense, but you bring up way too much Twitter financial news for me to trust anything you say about current events. Zom headed to 110. I hope so. Yeah, I would say more of a pat dry. I still don't hedge, but I'm now getting a wife allowance. Also, port down 75%. Fuck my life. You might want to consider hedging. Then you can preserve that wife allowance for longer. I want to go to Iceland soon, so my disposable income budget is a bit out of whack. Yeah, I've known a few people that have gone to Iceland on vacation. It's cold and rocky. And they have yogurt and horrible smelling fish. For the hiking? Hmm. I didn't think about that aspect. Good morning, Ending. Can you talk about how VIX is headed under 14? Maybe by the end of the day. I know what it's called. Big Dilly style. I didn't know that it was cheese, though. I don't know. I've just never seen anything about Iceland where I'm like, oh, wow, that's so fucking cool. I really want to go there. It's like a cheese making byproduct? Huh. Do you use the stems when cooking with mushrooms? Usually not. They can be kind of tough. Although it depends. It's something like a stew, I don't mind. But if I'm just sauteing them, I get rid of them. Mountains, hot springs, volcanoes, and you can see the aurora, I guess. How far out are you going to roll your SPX puts? The 616s? I don't know, like 630? Are you holding out for some downside potential today? I mean, I'm not really. It already broke up, right? I don't think it's gonna do anything exciting though at all. This is super fucking lame. Gem and mineral trade shows, and Iceland has a lot of great rare gemstones and crystals. Hmm. London or somewhere in Ireland afterwards to get some better food. Don't worry. Okay. Boiling them changed my mushroom game. Why are you guys boiling mushrooms? That's fucking disgusting. They get all wet. It's also on June 9th, 4290, 4300 credit spread. Hmm. Okay. What about it? I mean, it doesn't seem awful. A little risky right now. Are you prepared to hedge it if it moves against you? Yeah, the credit's good on them. I've been selling spreads on SPX like every day. I can't decide when to average down my SPX puts. You know, you could just do a little bit over time instead of picking a fixed loss to average down at. If SPX breaks 4,300 and keeps going, I may not get to go on the trip and instead apply for food stamps. Well, so far that hasn't happened. Wait, I thought you were hedged. Hmm. I know, like when sautéing mushrooms, you can put like when you get the pan really hot, you like throw a little water in and cover it, and it pulls the moisture out of the mushrooms. But I've never heard of just straight up boiling them. I've had boiled peanuts; they are interesting. What would Jimmy need to do during earnings to cross $30? Propose a revenue stream? I don't know, not a lot, right? I guess EPS and like an EPS beat and revenue beat, but that's a big ask. To stay above $30 on the other hand, yeah, they would need something a bit longer term and sustainable income, which they just don't have any income improvement, right? Their fucking revenues suck. They have no new revenue streams. Merger and acquisition, I guess, or new product lines, things they don't do, and things they don't announce. IWM casually up 2.5%. Yeah, IWM's kind of tearing today. Dow's doing pretty well today too, actually. It's at least like positive. MQ's almost positive now. No, like back and forth. It's at like 1 point. It's at like 1 BPS. Well, the risk with using like the discount window in Japan to get liquidity, which isn't hard to do. You just get loans from Japan, right? You get margin from Japan. That's probably why Buffett invested in the like Japanese clearing houses not that long ago. Because their interest rate is 0.25%, right? It's kind of like in the 80s when firms turned to Japan for liquidity, because of Volcker. But if the dollar value goes up and yen goes down, then they start to lose money on the currency pair, right? And that becomes that starts to it can add a lot of risk really fast. VIX following crypto. VIX is crypto. Smart one over here. You could just say that about anything that's going down. There's a huge difference between boiling spinach and carrots. I'll give it a shot. If you don't use options, how can you take advantage of a possible low on the VIX? You could buy like ETNs or ETFs that track VIX. Like you can get shares of like UVXY or VIXY or VXX. Hmm. So ES is kind of slowly failing its peak here. But it still hasn't broken back down to like the sub 4285 level. Volume's starting to decline though. So maybe the repositioning will be over by like this afternoon. Hmm. Ooh, Target's doing well. Okay. Jimmy to announce partnership with NVIDIA. Finally printing NVIDIA puts. I'd be surprised if RC says AI, at least not for the next 6 months. Is there anything like help us see these upstart bounces? They seem to have quite a bit of range each time. Yeah, watch NASDAQ. Or bots, but most of bots is pretty exposed to NASDAQ, so you can just watch NASDAQ. If NASDAQ bounces, Upstart will probably bounce. It's like I said, it's very illiquid. It's not like GME where sometimes it's illiquid and sometimes it's not. It's always illiquid. So it always has highly positive beta. The upside moves on Upstart are pretty capped at like $30, where all the sold calls all are though. So I mean, at least you know the upside range. They're usually not very extreme. Couple bucks. No, I didn't make the braised short ribs last night. Maybe this weekend. I didn't really have time. Some people are still talking about mushrooms. I'll give it a shot. Don't boil soft mushrooms like shiitake or portobello, but white button can be over firm. Okay. Jimmy will say AI and we will know they're bubble popped. RC timed releasing the NFT marketplace at the death of the NFT bubble. So maybe we can defeat the AI bubble if RC announces the AI marketplace. Oh, Jesus. Vic's getting sued by the SEC. Wait, what? That's sarcastic, right? CBOE is not. Hmm. Oh, fuck, this is dull. Is there some, like, news today or something? Any Fed presidents speaking? I don't see any Fed speakers for today. What do we have tomorrow? We have balance of trade. $30-year mortgage rate. We got some housing data tomorrow. I wonder how important. That seems kind of important right now. Do you know how much money is in VIX calls at the $30 strike? No? I can tell you how much OI there is. $346,500 contracts for June. And then for July, there are 135,000 contracts. September has 75,000. October 30,000. November 10. Jan 13. So it starts to fall off after August. VIX doesn't have earnings. Let's close up shop and play Diablo. $22.50 impossible today? On what? Are you talking about SPX? VIX 60Cs have more OI. They usually do. But those are like hedges, right? That's like crash protection. There are no shares of VIX. It's cash settled. This is interesting. Hold on. Is this finally fucking breaking down? We still got a ways to go. Hmm. Well, the bear flags finally broke down. Ooh, we fell under the call wall. Let's fucking go. This escalated quickly. Not quickly enough. Ah, back to the call wall. Fantastic. Well, that was fun. Hold on, we'll see. Calls could continue to sell off. That triggered a lot of stop losses. What are you talking about? We have 4.5 hours to continue going straight down. This de-escalated quickly. Yeah. Well, we hit the call wall and there was some profit taking on the put side, but hopefully we stay here. We don't bounce back hard. If we don't bounce back hard, we could get more put accumulation, and that would be nice. That doesn't happen very often anymore, but it used to. Oh, look, they bought a bunch of calls again. Oh, I fucking hate this market so much. You and I both VIX will go above 15. Most brokers have like an order where you can, when you place the, I think even WeBull does. You can just, when you place the order, the stop and take profit are already set. It's not like a custom script or anything. Script? Yes, script. Why does that word sound so weird? Script. Okay. Strange. 100% rigged? That's not how you spell that. Earlier, you talked about an auto order with built-in stop losses. Okay. Fidelity definitely does not have that feature. I think they do. If Fidelity has like the trade armor thing, so you can just set conditional orders. Boss just told me to measure the size of a box, FTIR, in different locations and see if the box changes. Box size changes. Wait, what? Are you guys just really slow or something? Is he fucking with you? Webull doesn't have trail stops on options. Most brokers don't. Only certain, it depends on how they're cleared. Mopping rain outside next. What would be the consequence of JPOW not raising rates? Seems like bulls would run wild with that news, crushing any near-term hopes of a market correction. I don't know if that's true. A pause is also bearish, right? Because then people are going to be incentivized to start buying up bonds. Also, like most Fed decisions, it's going to be the guidance that matters, not the rate so much. Like if he's going to increase the pace of QT or something, right? That's going to 1 second. Hmm. Ooh, VIX higher? Oh, fuck. All right. Well, the short side's not giving up. I mean, some of them took profits, but they're still there. That's something. Mm. 4260 put interest is picking up a bit. And not just the 0 DTEs. $42.50, a lot. Okay. Can you replace JPOW with someone who will do the right thing, i.e., crash the market? That'd be cool. I wish. My job just came out and slashed all overtime to nothing. Manufacturing is starting to do its cuts like tech. Yeah. There's a lot of contraction in the manufacturing space. We have a surplus of inventories, so that's that's probably going to continue for the next like 6 to 8 months. I'm getting way better at sitting out this bullshit. I don't have a lot of zero DTE exposure today. I have like 20 puts and I got stopped out of my calls. A couple of my puts are up right now. I should put stops on those. Why'd you get banned from the Discord? I don't know. What did you do this time? Does anyone know any CFD trading platform that does not have crazy wide spreads for us here in Venezuela? No. Well, I don't. I guess other people might. Think you need a set of hot phrases such as set stops, take profit, hedge. Do you think that'll make a difference? Like people are gonna see the hat and they're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I should be doing that." Any continuation or just chop here for the rest of the day? Maybe, but not just yet. I mean, the drop didn't really change a lot. Some of the puts held on, which means there's still a little more potential for downside. But futures is kind of flat here, right? Like futures dropped, bounced off of like 42.75 and is retesting 42.85 again. I guess a second failure of 42.85 would be kind of bearish, a little bit more encouraging. NASDAQ doesn't look good, which is maybe leading in this instance, right? Because SPX still kind of looks okay, but NASDAQ's failing a little. So hopefully that's leading, right? What's VXN's kind of moving up a little. This look better on the 5-minute. Yeah. Yeah, Jesus. Fucking VXN's the lowest it's been since October of 21. It will if you make a wheel and spin it every time they ask the question. What? VWAP sales have gone up since you started streaming. Nice. I didn't do anything. Can you tell them to unban me? I'll look into it. AMD ripping again? Ooh, yeah. They have any news today? Piper Sandler raises price target on AMD to 150 from 110. Maintains overweight rating. Citigroup adjusted to 120 from 85. Keeps neutral rating. Are they going to adjust up all the fucking tech stocks again this week? Is that what we're in for? How exciting. Yeah, probably not. Askell. I bought more calls on the dip. I might as well put no, I have no calls right now. I got stopped out of the other ones when we tested 4286. I really don't want to buy any, but I don't know. Maybe I should. I fucking hate this. They're not very profitable because VIX gets driven down so hard every time they pump. Are you going to stream GME earnings tomorrow? Yeah, of course. I'm never going to miss an opportunity for Matt Furlong to tell me to go fuck myself. Huge head and shoulders on the 1 minute. Okay. Is it though? Huge bull flag on the 1 tick. Okay, I gotta go get my son from school. Get ready for a move in the next 20 minutes. I don't know. Macy's earnings weren't even like that bad though, right? Like they missed on revenues a little bit, but they beat on EPS. No change to their dividend. A little bit of contraction in their margins, which is expected with less consumer discretionary spending. But it's not like at a bad price. I've thought about picking some up a couple of times, but I haven't. It's not horrible. I mean, like Macy's does okay. Can you please explain RVX to me? Because looking at RTY, it doesn't make any sense. It's just like the vol index for Russell, right? I mean, it's not something I pay attention to very often. I'll bet you a pizza that we get forward guidance tomorrow. I don't want a pizza. Ah, fuck, I gotta buy calls again. I hate this piece of shit. It's up 300 BPS when Russell is up 300 BPS as well. Well, I'd imagine it's based on options interest, just like actual VIX is, and not the price of the underlying. I opened a 400 405 call credit spread Friday that is now up 50%. Do you think we could get a cheeky pump later in the week, or should I let it ride? We could get a cheeky pump today. Call credit spread. On what? Is that on like NVIDIA or something? Jimmy more likely to provide forward guidance at ER or shareholders meeting? Probably neither. Cohen says he doesn't provide forward guidance. Remember that interview he did where he was very clear about not providing any forward guidance? But it's up 300 BPS. Okay, I already answered that. Do you have Greeks for Tesla? Yeah, I do. Hold on. GM's 235. DN is 159. GN is 166. So Delta neutral moved up a little from yesterday. Gamma neutral continued to move down. Gamma max is just continuing to rocket. Looks like there was a little bit of call buying yesterday after the drop over the weekend, but not a lot. With decent earnings, do you think GME can hit 30? Maybe briefly. They'd have to beat on revenues. And I still don't see that happening. So they came in short on Q4 revenues year over year by 3 million. And then to beat, they need they can't miss Q1 revenues from last year by more than $17 million. No. Hold on. Oh, that's 20. That's not 2022. Hold on one second. $37 million. Dork likes mayo on meeple marinara subs. Gross. Yeah, that's pretty fucking disgusting. That's not real. I don't believe you. Similarly, Coinbase sued when Bitcoin is 15 years, 5 months, 2 days old yesterday. What? Are you doing the numerology thing again, Mike? I mean, mayo has its place. Homemade mayo is way better. But its place is not on a meatball sub. Ew. Japanese mayonnaise is delicious. They put extra MSG in it. How could it be bad? I do mayo on meatball subs at Subway, but nowhere else. That's still disgusting. Like just because it's just there. That's like putting lettuce on hot sandwiches. Have you ever seen people do that? They'll like eat like a Philly cheesesteak with lettuce. What the fuck is wrong with those people? Why would you want hot lettuce on anything? Tacos? Tacos don't have lettuce. You're thinking of tacos. Tacos have lettuce. And the lettuce is above the cheese and the tomato, like on a hamburger. It's separate from the heat. There's nothing I hate more than going to like a Mexican restaurant and they put lettuce on top of all the food. Like the hot food. Like enchiladas, here's a pile of lettuce. And I've had Mexican food in Mexico. They don't put lettuce on top of it. They're just doing it because you're white. And they're like, he'll fucking totally eat this, right? White people love lettuce. No. I like spinach, but I don't want it on top of my fucking enchiladas. My wife's friend wanted lettuce, tomato, and mayo on a chicken parm, and I refused to order it. Nice. You did the right thing. Are you saying the tomato goes below the lettuce as an insulator? Yeah. The lettuce needs to be as far removed from the heat of the burger as possible. Also, you should be letting your burgers rest. They shouldn't be that hot when you eat them. I'm not listening to you, Vansag. You didn't win any of your earnings gambles. Yeah, onion, cilantro, lime is the way. Enchiladas with dork, and he put feta cheese on top. That didn't happen. Stop tearing my life apart as a white guy who loves enchiladas and always gets the lettuce on it. It's so fucking, it's just soggy. It doesn't taste good. It's soggy lettuce. Wilted. Mayo's not vile. It just shouldn't be on anything hot. Ever. And yeah, you guys are gonna say on grilled cheeses, but butter's better. But the lettuce stays crisp when you do that. You're talking about when they're like grill romaine hearts? Like that just chars the edge of the lettuce because the heat's so high. It doesn't wilt the lettuce. Petition to change Matt Kors is Rick Spades channel to Dork's questionable culinary decisions in the Discord. I'll think about it. Who the fuck puts mayo on a grilled cheese? People put it on the outside instead of butter for the grilling process. It's not good. But people do it. So you wouldn't want a hot lettuce salad with mayo dressing? No. How would you make a proper BLT? Bacon, lettuce, tomato, mayo, salt, and pepper? Toasted bread is better. That's vile. Welsh rarebit. Hmm. Yeah, there's no substitute on a grilled cheese for butter. Would you ever eat a burger without toasting the buns? Yeah, I have. It's not ideal, but I have. BLT served cold? What do you mean? All the ingredients on a BLT are cold. It's been a goodish day. I lost 40%, then made it back. Lost it, then made it back. I'm gonna get ulcers. Boobies? Thanks for weighing in, Carl. How's work? Another rejection here? I don't know, maybe? VIX is even lower again. NQ's kind of recovering pretty well, though. Well, it's just at resistance, too. Maybe? Tested a little higher on this one. So, I mean, higher, arguably a higher high. And a higher low. Call interest really hasn't moved much. Neither is the put interest. It feels like the market's waiting on data, but there's nothing coming out today. How long does your fucking bacon stay hot for? I mean, bacon's basically cold seconds after leaving the pan. Egg in a hole is better than grilled cheese. Fried egg sandwiches are better than egg in a hole. Today's lunchtime chat brought to you by Kraft Cheese and the letters GME. The most important thing about the burger is the preparation and cooking of the patty. Everything else is extremely less important. The fuck out of here with brioche buns or whatever. Fair, yeah. I hate people that dip fries in mayo. That's kind of like a French thing, or Belgian, right? Their mayo is not like, it's not like Hellman's, though. It has mustard in it. Great. I'm here typing boobies while sipping free espresso. Sounds like you've made it. Whew, I just got done with a grueling Manscaped sesh whilst at work. Just keep popping in to tell you what a ruggedly handsome fellow you are, Girk. Thanks, Baradactyl. Congratulations. You can deduct that from your cost basis now. Have we had a significant batch of sold SPX puts today? Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're selling the fuck out of like 4250. It looks like they're selling the fuck out of 4250 and 4100. Are those 4150s? Or maybe 4150s also for this Friday. Those might be getting pretty heavily sold as well. Jesus Christ. Hold on. I want to look at something here. So for the 6/16 expiration, it looks like they're selling 4245, 4250, 4255, 4260, and 4265s. They're like right at the fucking money. Man, if I was an institution, I would just blow that shit the fuck up. I get the exothermic cut of bacon personally. I mean, your bacon has to be really, really thick cut in order for it not to lose heat quickly. And then, you know, a BLT still has the same thermodynamic setup as a burger, right? You have tomato on top of bacon, regardless of how hot your fucking bacon is. And then the lettuce on top of that. So your lettuce is still staying crisp. Imagine a BLT with fucking wilty wet lettuce on it and the mayo's gone runny from the heat. That's disgusting. Do you heat up your fucking turkey clubs too? You microwave the BLT before you eat it? Duh. Is that some like Dallas cuisine, J Fresh? Shit on a shingle, chip beef gravy. Let's talk about that. My grandma used to make that when I was little. I don't like it. It's delicious, but I don't like it. I've been fascinated watching the YouTube videos of Korean street food. I'm amazed that they consider spam a delicacy and make intricate sandwiches out of spam, Wonder Bread, and fried eggs. I mean, I don't know. Spam's just too fucking salty. I get it. It tastes good, but it's so salty. Belgian mayo lived in Belgium, had no mustard, but it was super delicious. Hmm. Doesn't Canada have a fries and mayo thing they're famous for? Canada's not famous for anything. They have poutine. They even pay me at some point. Shit, piss, fuck. Nice, Carl. Hot, fresh new DMs. You're really on a roll lately. All right. I like the one that you did before too. I'm not a centaur though, but country fried steak, eggs, and hash browns with gravy is the ultimate late night meal. Uh, I'm old enough to remember the McDonald's two-chamber containers. They kept the lettuce and tomato away from the meat until you're ready to eat it. What? When was that a thing? Spam light? Don't they have like low sodium spam? My DM is way more boring or not. Here's the brief on China. Okay, I'll check that out. Thanks. Yeah, I'll read it. I'm not a centaur. I just play one on YouTube. Bye bye. No, I'm really just a human being. The McDLT? I remember there was that one burger that was like fat free that McDonald's made. What was that one called? That was fucking awful. I would rather eat a New York City street dog than spam. Fair. Seeking Alpha just put out a new article. SPX next stop 4600. Okay. You know, Seeking Alpha doesn't write those articles, right? That's just various people who post on there. It's like Reddit stock subs for boomers. The Mick poop your pants. The Olestra burger? It was something like that. I'll look it up. Oh yeah, it was no, the it was the McLean. Jesus fucking Christ. They had spaghetti? Yeah, there was the McDLT and the Arch Deluxe. Those were both big failures. When the fuck did McDonald's have pizza or a lobster sandwich? They had a McAfrica? Oh, it was released in Norway and Denmark. Jesus Christ, the idea of a McDonald's lobster sandwich makes me literally want to literally relinquish my sentience. Wake me up when they get an air fryer. I remember the McSalad shakers. Oh my god. McDonald's created their own Hot Pocket called the McStuffin. They had a crab salad. That was one of the. It was called the McCrab. They tried to capitalize on the popularity of crab cakes in Delaware, Maryland, Virginia by trying out a McCrab sandwich in the summer of 2003. You know, Mickey D's lobster was either crawfish meat or spiny lobsters from warm weather. You missed Carl's comment above. What did he say? If you're not a centaur, then why does my wife complain about being sore after riding you all night? Oh, you know, Carl. I, don't worry about it. I don't think you should ever. No, you should never stick your dick in a hot pocket or a McStuffin, pigeon teeth. Don't put your dick in that. Boy George Chameleon. Was that the whole? Okay. Thanks, Boy George. I'd love to get me a load of Mick advances. I want to get a loan, like a line, a revolving line of credit from Japan, and use it to buy commercial real estate at a discount in the U.S. in like 2 years. McRibs are gross. Carl wins the internet today. Centaur confirmed. We got him, boys. I guess, yeah, you got me. Lobster used to be considered inhumane to give to people in prisons. It was used canned on the trains heading to the Midwest. Just look up the gentrification of lobster. Yeah, we also didn't have refrigeration back then. Do you know what happens to an unrefrigerated lobster? That's why they gave it to poor people. Because they were fucking disgusting. Pierre, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. Come up with a new controversial sandwich using ortolan and call it the McCrime. It would also explain the whips and leather my wife brings to Girk's place. Yeah, that's... You solved all the riddles, Carl. Good job, man. Unrefrigerated Lobster, that's a good band name. Bank of Japan is funding Japan's takeover of multinationals and financing capex. It's quite brilliant. It's a thing they're doing. Well, it looks like they're doing at least. McDonald's in Japan had a whale burger? Really? Oh, like the pilot whales that they kill for research? Do you mind looking at my favorite stock to short, Bill? No, I can kind of see why. Fun. It's getting near resistance. Although, it could keep going up to like 131. What does this company do? Software? Like financial software or some shit? I think you asked me about this the last time that you shorted it. Like back in, was it last year? It was like August of last year. Yeah, it's still got a little bit of range here on the move up. I would wait to confirm a breakdown, although it could happen quickly. Because there's still room up to like 130. I like how clearly PiFi has given up on this pile of garbage we call a market. I mean, today just looks like a lot of repositioning, and so, I mean, playing it is risky. Ignoring it's probably better till it's over. Thailand McDonald's have the Samari pork burger. Huh. Any price for Jimmy? It's $24.72. In today's stream, McCarley Cuckin in Home Alone 6. Those aren't reindeer hooves. Give us some goddamn copium. Well, I don't see any of the long positions that pulled back yesterday re-entering. So that's a good sign. But we don't have enough puts near the money to drive the price down against the market maker's big fat hedge. Remember, the market maker is buying into falling prices right now. So a move down, when it happens, is probably going to happen overnight. Like that's usually how it goes when like SPX is on the like very much on the positive gamma side. Like gamma neutral's still down around like 4,200. So the only way we're really gonna move down there is if we move down hard overnight. If the market does this for the rest of the year, will you stop streaming? No, but I will start trading iron condors and short strangles every day. I would like to preface this DM with, I'm sorry. Oh. Pigeon teeth. Is that a McStuffin? Yeah, I see that. I hope you're having a good day. Well, I got to sell both sides of my straddle, so that was nice. The rest of it kind of sucks, though. Hmm. I'll buy more puts. If Trump commits suicide, do you think the market will crash? No, but I also don't think he's going to do that. Does Pigeon Teeth do freelance? I've got an uncle I don't like, and I'd like to send him a 60th birthday card. You know what? 1 second, guy. I'm pretty sure Pigeon Teeth acquired a home after interest rates started going up, so if he doesn't freelance now, he will. Are Bollinger Bands pretty much just a mean reversion theory? Uh, to some extent. They're more based off of like volume and momentum. Can you not see my message, or are you selectively ignoring? Well, you don't tag me in your messages. So, and then also I selectively ignore a lot of them. Get an intraday strangle here was a terrible idea. Well, I mean, it might not be later when volume picks up. I do freelance, but not because of my financial position. I rolled my unrealistic equity into a mortgage-free home. Oh, okay, nice. Tag these nuts, shill man. God damn it. Can you selectively ignore this message, but in a funny accent? I'll be right back. All right, nice rims and Tims. Your wife's a hell of a woman, Carl. All right, I'm back. Did I miss anything? Hey, look, we broke down a tiny little bit. Nvidia's crashing. That's cool. No, I didn't hit the button. I wanted a sandwich. All the sandwich talk really got me going. Crashing? It's at 385. Man, I didn't choose the words we use for things. No, no mayo. Dijon. I'm quantitative teasing on Discord. I mean, usually big options positions get hedged right away. Especially if they're directional. Well, that's fancy. My Nvidia September puts are printing. What's going on here? Did NASDAQ give up? Oh. Is this the crash? What crash? What would be your ideal setup for momentum trading? Indicators, in and out confirmations, just volume and price. You don't really need indicators. I mean, as long as you understand what the indicators tell you based on the volume and price, you don't need to use them. Like, oscillators are fucking pointless. Support and resistance. Options data is very useful, depending on what you're trading. Well, either we're going to get an intraday low on VIX here, or a continuation. I really want a continuation. Double bottom. Is Mama Yellen still on track to take market out back this week? She only has one more auction this week. But yeah, I mean, the TGAs should be refilling. It's going to be more than 1 week. She has a lot of auctions next week. You misspelled juice caboose? It's true. When are you going to upgrade to 4K? I don't think I can stream in 4K. Any disadvantage for big players taking money out of on RRP for treasuries versus equity markets? Yeah, you lose the liquidity and staple duration risk onto your money. That's not desirable. Do you enjoy the droning cadence of Yellen's voice? No. What's up, Ben? How you doing, man? I hope we drop back to 4260 so I can buy another straddle. Nursing my putsies. You'll be okay. I think. I don't know. Maybe. Sometimes I've thought you were going to be okay in the past. And then you were like, I blew up my port. My wife's leaving. She's gone? Oh, you're a free man. Was that the goal? More money for degen plays. Well, half as much money for degen plays. The goal is to seller box VIX. I don't have a "my wife left me for my degenerate gambling habits" song. Joke's on her. I know the judge. Oh boy. If you can't tell your wife that you blew up your life savings
trying to gamble for a better future. Is it really love? Right? I bought her all the Revlon she could ever need. Oh boy. Yeah, you did buy a lot of Revlon. Which lotto ticket, I mean, zero DT, should I buy? You don't have to pretend here, Wussels. Alright, one of you told me to buy this fucking... this noodle. Shin Black. Doesn't smell good. Hmm. Is this the first day of ramen review? No. But the last time that I brought up ramen review, everyone was like, Shin Black's the best. And they didn't have it at the H Mart that I go to. But then this last weekend they did. So I bought it. You're taking meal suggestions from the pores. Probably not a good idea. We'll find out. Tastes like not like what is it? Hot? There's some hot there. Don't do it. It's poison. Kenny's gonna get me. I want to try all the ramens they have at the H Mart. They have like 300 flavors. I don't know. Maybe like spicy aluminum foil. What shape does it taste like? Uh, is this a good time to buy long dated calls on Nvidia? No comment. I've never been poor, but I still enjoy a cup of ramen. What mean? I don't think it means anything. What do you eat ramen with? I'm not gonna break out chopsticks for fucking cup noodle. How's the positioning looking? Um, So put gamma's picked up a little bit, but the call wall at 4270 has also gotten bigger. I just drink cup noodle like it's hot coffee with like the chewing. That seems difficult. Wouldn't you just end up with like no broth and a bunch of noodle in the bottom of the cup? Well, I had a fork in my dish drainer, not chopsticks. You don't chew your coffee? You must not be making it strong enough. Nobody puts my baby bulls in a corner. They're in a corner. This isn't making my mouth hot, but it's burning my lips. The broth is distinctly pink. Why is it called Shin Black? Beef flavor packet? Okay. Why didn't they call it Shin Brown? Do you hand wash your dishes? If there's like a couple of them, yeah. Otherwise, I use the dishwasher. I don't like leaving dirty dishes in my dishwasher for a long period of time. And I don't like washing dishes in the dishwasher when it's like a quarter of the way full. This is spicy. Like a little bit. A quarter full is still more energy efficient than hand washing. Man, my dishwasher is from like 1978. It's not efficient. It's not that old. It's probably from the 90s, but it's definitely not efficient. Gurk, red candle. I know. More puts, too. It's like every time we have a red candle, put buyers get more excited. Yeah, it doesn't have a quick wash or half load setting. It has a clean setting. It has a 4-hour delay, and it has the option between hot and warm is just also hot. I do like that they toss these like dehydrated mushrooms in here. That's a nice touch. There's like one of them, but still. It's probably only connected to the hot water. Um, Actually, it's not. I think the heating element in it's just broken. This was Nong Shim Shin Black. Slightly spicy with a moderate beef flavor. Way too salty. Not enough spring onion or dehydrated mushroom in it. I'm not really sure what the other thing is. There's like some sort of red chunk. The broth is distinctly not black. It is very much pink to brown. Almost reminiscent of a pork broth, but it's not. The noodle became a little oversaturated, even though I strictly followed the instructions to leave the boiling water in it for 4 minutes. That's what I got. It's got a little heat on the aftertaste, but not a lot up front. So it's not as spicy as it would indicate. I just assumed that, like, trial and error, Dunstan. Like, people did die, and then we were like, don't eat that thing. Mushrooms are mind blowing, right? I don't trust Nvidia. Bounce. A little recovery here. It's hard to tell on equities intraday. I don't have a lot of like data, but I would say that the 4090 calls got pulled back earlier today and then sold again. Anyone having quotes on Fidelity not matching across the board on GME? My position page and options chain list prices are slightly off from each other. Already called and confirmed real-time quotes. I don't think so. Are you looking for a conspiracy? There were some data issues yesterday. There might be still some residual problems. You know, there's no guarantee of accurate market data, right? Not conspiracy, just annoyed. I mean, it's not like it's trading in a crazy range or anything. I highly doubt you're losing or making money based on the price of GME today. Careful with the mushrooms. That's how the Algonquin died. All of them? This is why people domesticated rabbits. Have you ever tried ramen with penis envy mushrooms added? I I've no. Is that like ramen that comes with lifted with big wheels on it? I just don't know which to base my limit price to. I'm trying to close some CCs last second. I see it trading at 24.70 here, and TradingView says also 24.70. What does Fidelity say? Are you just dealing with like IV pumping into earnings tonight? And the market price is showing 24.70. NBBO top ask is 24.69. Now it's 24.68. Bid is 24.67. Is it possible that no trades occurred? Porsche ramen? Careful with the mushrooms. That's how Roanoke died. Hmm. That's not what you told me last time. Three penis wine? I've never had it. Also, isn't that just from a TV show? That was before I ate a lot of mushrooms. Add ripe kimchi plus egg. Shin ramen. But why am I adding things to the ramen? I feel like I wouldn't be giving a reliable review if I was adding things to it. Tea is my new best friend. Thanks, Gurk. No problem, man. What's up with the 6-month bond? Why did it spike like that? I don't know. Someone dumped a bunch of them, maybe? What did it hit this morning? 6 point... 6.269? Damn. Bond volatility starting to pick up. Maybe that happened last Monday, too. Huh. Curious. A bunch of call buying at 285, 290 again. Hey, look, VIX intraday low. All right, thanks, Popcorn. Have you ever tried going to Roanoke before you take a bunch of hallucinogens? That way you can go back in time at the site. Can you explain today? I mean, not a lot has happened. I don't think there's a lot to explain. It looks like there's a lot of repositioning going on. But not in long dated puts and not in out of the money calls. I would say most of it appears to be occurring on like ES and NASDAQ, both of which have unusually high and consistently high volume through this trading period. I guess NASDAQ's not too crazy, but ES is pretty high. ES is almost at 1 million contracts. It's only 1 o'clock. I wonder what SPY volume looks like today. SPY volume's pretty low, 29 million. Yesterday was 65. The day before was 91. Thoughts and prayers for VIX. I can't just go to a mythical place before I take mythical substances. Everyone knows Roanoke wasn't real. Do they? Hey, NVIDIA bounced for that guy who was afraid. Have you talked about the crazy price action on C3 AI? No? Although I might sell some spreads on it today. Why is IV on this so ridiculous? Hmm. How is Babby made? Baby? I think it might be too early for the Gurks to find out. Did Popcorn, did you, what? Popcorn did tell you that mushrooms took down Roanoke. I have a stream card to prove it. Hmm. Amounts were released for the auctions this week, 156 billion. For the rest of this week? Okay. Thanks. That's on MBOT. They're developing fully robotic surgeries and just had a 100% success rate on animals. They did 3 offerings in 2 weeks and now have as much cash as their market cap. Okay, that's not a lot of money, Sarah. They do have a very low float. It doesn't look like they make money, though, which is problematic. They have only negative income. I'm not sure I see the bull case here. Have they made a product? Because I feel like making a medical device costs a lot more than $20 million. It's been this high for the last month. Well, I'm going to sell some spreads on it. Oh, I see, Yaga. Thoughts on VIX being 0.05 from its 3-year low? Maybe it's just like a big variance swap and they need VIX down to 1410. 2-year low, by the way. She was pumping this at close yesterday, too. It's a bit. Okay. It's almost as though I don't exist anymore. Have the people in your life stopped talking to you? I would understand that. Can you explain when and how to use condors for income? Maybe even make like a class on it, almost like school for stocks. That's crazy. Yes? Oh, okay. Have you tried being less autistic? No. I need drugs and alcohol. Yeah, but I mean, so does everyone else. You can't have them all to yourself. Can you explain how to use condoms for income? They're more of a hedge than anything else. I'm so autistic you could write a book about me and I wouldn't read it because the paper texture is weird. You wouldn't read it because you're illiterate. You don't have to fib to us, Popcorn Trader. We know full well that you've only completed up to stage 4 and hooked on phonics. They send me a report. School of Stock is such a good name. I'm glad you locked that down, even though you don't really do it anymore. I don't know, someday. I was thinking about like going and cutting all the like lessons that I've already taught people just on the stream and porting them over. That way they're all in one place. I tried to find a video on here the other day and it was a nightmare. It's not well organized. QQQ, stop loss or downs? What do you mean? Do you not have a stop loss? So you wanted to wait until the bounce had fully resolved and then put a stop loss in place? The stop loss is supposed to go there when you're profitable, not after the profits are gone. Although it could fail. Maybe? It still hasn't broken down below 14.5. They told me the reports are personal and confidential. No. Finally got to around to buying options as a strategic investment 5th edition. Let's fucking go. Nice, man. That's a very typical practice for streamers. What is? That would take about as much time as reproducing it. Probably. Also, probably about as likely to get done as the latter. You think there is much potential to drop much on SPX SPY with data coming out tomorrow? I've got a couple 6.9, 427p, and debating and holding to see if we realize more downside. Thanks. The data tomorrow, we have balance of trade, I think. We have some housing data, which could be interesting. Especially with the 30-year mortgage rate probably going above 7. I think balance of trade is expected to move lower. Exports are expected lower. Imports are expected to be up. I mean, it's kind of a wild data set. Usually the estimates are pretty off. Then we have the 17-week bill auction. Yep, that's tomorrow for $46 billion. I suppose there's some downside potential, but with such a short expiry, why not take profit and then re-enter when it's advantageous? I can organize if you want. It's my professional gig. Okay, I'll let you know if I ever feel like doing anything remotely involving that. Is there a part of your life that's messy or unorganized, or are you as well put together as you look? I mean, the YouTube channel and Discord are both pretty messy and unorganized. And my desk. My desk is a horror show. No problem, Fret. Upstart, 5-minute head and shoulder or nah. Let me look. It looked like the pump was dying off earlier. 5-minute? Yeah. I mean, it is. The volume profile's a little off. But it is a head and shoulders. Messy desk correlated with intelligence, supposedly. At least that's my excuse. My excuse is that I left my trash can for my office in my kitchen, and I've forgotten to move it back into my office for the last 6 days. You may enjoy it more to have a person ask you questions, since that's what you're used to. No, I just don't like making videos. I don't like making or editing them. It feels weird. And somehow like shilly. Like I feel like a fucking tool halfway through recording a video. Yeah, thanks, Matthew. It's called organized chaos. You know where everything is. As long as it's chaos. As soon as someone changes your chaos, it becomes a problem. That's true. All I hear is you left your trash, Dan. No, never. You're very good at speaking live, very natural. The recorded ones don't sound right. That's because they're recorded. Just imagine the camera in its underwear. It's not imposter syndrome. It's just weird. I do ask myself, why am I doing this? You are a tool for us to learn about the market. Hmm. Nice save. That's why passionate clips, yelling at someone and correcting their mistakes is better. Okay. I mean, it's just not my idea of a fun weekend to talk about, like, CSPs, right? Like, oh, here's what I want to do for the entirety of my weekend. I want to spend 12 hours talking about CSPs, writing a script about CSPs, making animations about fuck that. Some other dipshit who doesn't know anything about CSPs has already done that. Why do I need to do it? I'll take over the School of Stock page for you. Lesson number 1 under new management: how not to trade options. But your answer to that question is don't get approved for 2.5 years. We trust you more than someone else. But it's just I gave you the book. Read the fucking book. Why does everyone not want to read the book? It's not a doorstop. It would be great if someone could write a book about options trading strategies so we could use them as an investment tool. Options is a strategic investment. It tells you everything you need to know about options. It's not a doorstop, it's a side table. Because every time I order the book, I keep getting the study guides, and I'm too lazy to return them. It's been a year and a half, and I almost finished One Fish, Two Fish. Don't rush me. All right, fine. Options is a strategic investment, the YouTube series. I'm pretty sure Macmillan has a YouTube channel already. We need you to do the audiobook version. But you need the charts and the price graphs, and you can't get that in an audiobook. I would definitely read the book and get approved for options, but I feel like the texture of the pages is weird. Do they talk about CSPs in the book? No. You know what? They don't. Not at all. Yep. They just left that one out. So I shared the same points you made about rich people needing to be taxed more. People at my job said I'm part of the woke mob. If my job wasn't on the rocks before, it sure is now. You can't say the things I say in public. Especially not when your job is on the line like it is right now. Do they talk about DRS and how it will squeeze stocks? No. I love how everyone who's read part of the book is like getting braggy right now. They're like, I know which chapters are which. They want to make sure that I don't group them in with the rest of you that use it as a doorstop. To talk about Pulte. Oh, fuck. Hey, Vix went up again. Virtue signaling. Chapter 4, buying $25,000 worth of CERN puts. You know, at least you had a thesis, Popcorn Trader. Your thesis was, if I put $25,000 on this and some miracle happens, I'll never have to work again. It was wrong, but a thesis nonetheless. I did not have a thesis. Never mind. This is a reverse head and shoulders on NVIDIA. It's a bullish reversal. It's not really a reverse head and shoulders. It could fail here. I guess it could form a shoulder, but it really hasn't, right? If you go out in the 5-minute, it's really just a reversal. On the 15-minute, it's still bearish. It'd be really cool if we filled this gap before the end of today, right? Would anyone else be down for that? I'd be down for that. Chapter 7, Brazilian puts. Not only have I started to read it, but I found the Secret DDS DD in the acknowledgments. You know, all this DDS nonsense started because Chief Queef was like, "Hey Gurk, what kind of things are you looking at buying?" And I sent him a chart of DDS. That was the DDS DD. So now you all know. It was in the Pores chat. There was not a secret. Can you ask Larry to sell 1 billion calls and buy 1 trillion 0 DTE puts? Yeah, I kind of wonder what happens when this goes the other way, right? Like all of this 0 DTE call buying. What happens when everyone just starts dumping calls and buying puts? Do we just get like 600 BPS down days every day until the market's at 0? It's gonna be glorious. Does it cover 0 DTE and how they impact the markets? No. But it covers synthetic longs, which is kind of what the 0 DTEs are. I can't believe you're just gonna sit here and gaslight us on DDS. DDS is only up $12.86 today. DDS is up $50 since Thursday. I know. Imagine the spike in boomer cardiac arrest events if the market did just 6 straight days of 600 BPS down. Think of the systemic risk. Think of the geriatric children. I would love that, personally. Rip to Pickle Jar members who will now start positioning for negative 6% days. They do what I do with my problems, throw money at it and hope it goes away. Smart. My 401k will prop up the market. No, it won't. How's the tail risk looking? I don't know. I didn't look at it today. Probably about the same as yesterday. That generally doesn't move a lot. Yeah, that's about the same. Definitely not as crazy as it was in August. But we didn't have 0 DTs in August. Hmm. It would solve the unemployment crisis. Boomers would be lining up with NVIDIA shorts for jobs at Wendy's. But the NVIDIA shorts would own the Wendy's. Is there any relevant data or events tomorrow? Yeah, there's the 17-week bill auction, and then there's balance of trade. Hmm. Well, that's kind of interesting. You're gonna get a sell-off right now? Or a pump? What does that mean? Like right now? Big down. Do it. Well, I guess we got 3 more minutes, but still. I'm positioned for 6% down days with December puts. Nice. I need to take some allergy medication. Okay, Greg, so when we fill that downside gap this afternoon, that takes us down to about 42.20, right? Yeah, that could. The gap is like 42.46 to 42.20, I think. I see the VIX is getting like kind of spicy right here. Hashtag make door cook decent biscuits and gravy at Waffle House again. What? Matthew? It's at 14. There's no spice. But it didn't go back to new intraday lows. That is the spice. perfect. I just grabbed some 4100p 0 DTEs. God damn it. Hmm. Interesting. I too love 14-year-old bland garlic powder as a spice. Nice. At this point, I'm assuming when a crash happens, Nvidia is going to 1,000 to form its own index called the Nasdaq 1. It already is its own index. You still doing your VIX hedge? Yeah. It's it's not feeling great right now. Because the last time I rolled, it was at 15. And so my calls are at like 9, 10, and 11. But hopefully we get another spike. I should have rolled off some when it went to 20 like last week. But I did not. What happens if a lady puts your puts your toe capitalized in her mouth, but you got athlete's foot? Hmm. I don't have athlete's foot. No. Weakish upside? I don't know. This is at a this is a kind of an interesting point. We're below the call wall, right? So if we gain momentum below the call wall, then we start to slide into where like put gamma is much heavier. And that would be awesome. But it hasn't happened yet. So she gets sports mouth? I don't think so. I don't think you can get athlete's foot in your mouth. The market doesn't seem to care what Yellen does. I mean, we didn't go to 4350. They care a little bit. She hasn't done a lot of issuance yet. There's something like 17K June 21, VIX 29 Cs today. All bought at the ask. Okay. Babies get it. It's called mouth foot disease. You mean hoof and mouth disease? That's not from athlete's foot. Hoof and mouth. Well, hoof and mouth is the one that like animals get, and then what is it? Hand, foot, like HFM is the one humans get. You would know. You have children. Should just use its real name, Coxsackie's virus. I have children, they get all the illnesses. Good time for Fubo covered calls? I mean, I already sold all the Fubo covered calls the last time it was up. So I can't sell more of them. I always thought hand, foot, and mouth was just a fetish group. How's the options chain looking on SPX today? I'm just checking in from lunch. It's fairly split between puts and calls still. It has been for most of the day. We're a little closer to the put side, but we don't have any kind of momentum right now. Volume is quite low. I rebought mine and get to sell them again. Ooh, exciting. Hand, foot, and mouth. Fun fact, adults can get it too. Felt like I was walking on sharp, painful little pustules. Ew. Is that a bear flag on Apple? On the 1 minute? Not on the intraday. Safe to say no big breakdown until news or bad data comes in, huh? I get the feeling we can stay here for the rest of the week. We'll see. There's big data tomorrow. Ooh. My friend got hand, foot, and mouth and lost their fingernails. Jesus. I know you hear this a ton, but thanks for sacrificing your time to be with us every day. No, it's not a sacrifice. I actually do like doing this. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it. But thank you, Mike. I appreciate that you appreciate it. Chief Luke Wormwater, my wife and I own a private preschool with 206 little germ factories running around. Hand, foot, and mouth is nasty. Also rather painful when you're an adult getting it. That sounds awful. My wife caught it from my daughter, ended up losing her fingernails 4 months afterwards. Huh. No pump, only dump. Can I clip what, Pidgey, in the middle? No. That's you taking it too far. Do you still have GME CCs? No. I have no CCs out right now. Not for GME. I've been selling a bunch of upstart CCs today. Is upstart ever going back down? We'll see. I mean, this should help. I didn't say I liked you, Pidgey in the middle. I said I like doing this every day. Do you know what it was like trading by myself? Do any of none of you know? You haven't done, it's boring as shit. QQQ about to roll over finally? I fucking hope so, man. Just wait until hand, foot, and mouth mutates into wrist, ankle, and lips disease. It's the silent killer. I'm here for you, Shill. Thanks, Mr. Gold. Breakdown of the century right now would be cool. It would be. Apple's selling off. Wait, what did VIX open at today? Seriously? Lamb. Ooh. Why aren't they buying more calls? NQ volume's picking up. It could be the breakdown. It's most definitely a Head and Shoulders. But it just stopped. It stopped shouldering. Okay, there's some call buying. Not a lot, though. This looks really bearish on like the 15-minute, right? It's always the same bullshit. Huh. Yeah, Apple's selling off. The AR headset is $3,500. I saw a Reddit thread about people talking about buying it last night. They're like, but it's gonna replace my laptop. Okay, I'll say it. Ban HFT or make them pay a per transaction tax. I agree. They should tax each trade like a penny. No wonder Nvidia is worth what it's worth. It's offering a supplementary dividend of 4 cents per share ex-div on June 7th. I picked the wrong 5 minutes to use the restroom. Maybe. I don't know. The last bastion of calls is fighting for its life right now. But someone's buying in the money puts too. Fun. It's me buying those? I'm way down. If SPY goes below 420, I will kiss not only your hand, but also your foot and mouth. Thanks. Apple goggles seem like Laserdisc? Maybe. Yeah, I don't see a lot of future for the current technology, and definitely not at its current price. Tim Cook's contribution to the Apple lineup is lame. It looks cool, though. Now we're gonna mention Apple goggles, super creepy front screen showing your eyes. Well, that way people can like. I don't know what to say about it. Can you surprise us and wear them for the stream? I'm not buying those fucking things. I don't buy Apple products. I've already fielded 3 questions on them from professors, and the issue out of the gate is support for custom software that medical and research environments use. Software is money, and no one upgrades. Yeah. I have 9K in August 420 puts and no hedge. Am I going to be rich or broke? You're an influencer, Gurk. Get them for free. I don't know how to do that. Boeing BA.N said on Tuesday it's slowing deliveries of its 787 Dreamliner After the company discovered a production flaw. Ooh. Well, that got priced in quick. Damn it, you're 6 minutes late. MVIS in shambles. What's the jump on VIX about? Is it really jumping? There's currently like a war going on between puts and calls on the SPX. There's a call wall, like right where we're trading, and then someone's opening a bunch of out of the money puts below it. But they may not win. Futures needs to sell off below its resistance for the last couple days, so needs to sell off below 42.70. And right now we're just sitting at like 42.75. Hmm. Yeah, on futures. Thoughts on Live and PGA? I don't really have any. I heard about it earlier. I don't know that much about golf. I'm telling everyone in here, if you get a flight on a 787 Dreamliner, reschedule the flight and take a different plane. Seriously, just trust me, you don't want part of that. Alright. I made so much money thanks to the Secret DD. I love you. Nice, Potato Tom. Hey, I make parts for the 787 Dreamliner. Sounds like you're gonna have to make some more. Sweet. Oh my god, do I seriously work with Popcorn Trader? Maybe. Is your boss kind of kooky and owns goats in Mexico? The irony when people on the stream realize they know each other IRL. I don't think it happens often. Live is to PGA as WCW is to WWF. Wow, you've just compared it to another thing I don't know anything about. Nor is it irony. It's serendipitous. Different business unit, but same company, it seems. Chances are we'll still never cross paths. I don't think so. Based on what I know about Popcorn Trader, I'm gonna say you guys don't work with each other. I also make parts for airplanes. I 3D print birthday party hat accessories for private jets to sell at a huge markup. Let's just say I've thrown away so much party hat profit on out of the money zero DTEs. Put's starting to lose ground here. I rebounced, so yeah. We'll see if it's just like the bulls closing the 4270 calls or if they're going to try to buy more out of the money calls and keep the pump going. You can't have a bearish trend for persist for too long. Okay, I'm just going to assume this is a bot. You ever look at a plane flying overhead and go, oh god, I built that. I'm gonna die? Me neither. My parts aren't important. Okay. Does it make, do you get paid more money to make the more important parts? Like, is that desirable? Are bulls just really, really angry at bears and refuse to let them have anything? I guess that's one way of thinking of it. I mean, for the last 2 days, they've spent a lot of money on the call side to not make any money, which at this point is starting to become impressive. Probably, but I sure as heck can't do it. Bulls have infinite money, though. So do bears. My buddy of mine works in the wings of planes and has on multiple occasions forgot his hammer in the wings. So if you hear a rattling, relax. It's probably just Kevin's hammer. Oh, okay. Phew. Nothing to worry about there. Didn't like the repair guys on that one flight, like what was it, last year, the year before last, like duct tape the sensors and then the plane crashed? 77 Dreamliners are flying IKEA cabinets, is how an expert in avionics described them to me. I mean, the Wright brothers were flying around on what was essentially bed sheets and a wooden frame with a bicycle. So, I mean, how high quality do airplanes really need to be? At 700 miles per hour, things change. Just go slower. If IKEA sold an airplane, I'd at least try to put one together. I find it strange that a private jet flew over the Capitol, and the story is the pilot fell asleep and crashed, killing 4. I think it was shot down. Why wouldn't they just say they shot it down? What's the purpose of the cover-up here? Side note, Ben & Jerry's Half-Baked has got to be the best ice cream ever. I just ate a whole pint. Now I'm sick. So good. I have little packets of Ben & Jerry's cookie dough with like tiny like ice cream filled chocolate nuggets in it. You don't need a license for ultralight aircraft chat. Fly like the eagles you are. Huh. They reach heights of 500 feet. These aluminum fuselages are touching 37,000. Yeah. But there's like less air pressure up there, right? Like that other guy said, it's the landing part that's the issue. The plane had a sudden, rapid loss of cabin pressure, so they all go unconscious and fly aimlessly until crash. Hmm. I heard the jets go supersonic when they intercepted the plane. I thought it was a transformer that exploded. Huh. Oh, okay. I did hear about that then. The citation that violated the DC exclusion zone had a decompression while landing in Jersey. Pilot lost consciousness before he could get low enough altitude. It happens. Oh, okay. Oh, there you go. Don't they have like little masks that they're supposed to wear if there's like a decompression for the oxygens? I know. I'm being sarcastic, Danarchy. I'm surprised VIX hasn't dropped more, considering how flat we are. But we're actually trending down. Just really slowly. That sound was actually just VIX hitting rock bottom. I mean, you mean the Dixie cups that are supposed to provide you with oxygen that fall out of the ceiling on commercial jets? Have you been ignoring my comment repeatedly or just not seeing it? I don't think I saw it, Tanker. He probably decided death was better than Jersey. You're on fire today, Barodactyl. I know you are, so I'm being super literal in response. I see that. Citation 5 Ultra, which actually requires the pilots of command to have a mask on essentially at all times as a liability. Professional pilots generally bend the rules on wearing the oxygen masks because they're really uncomfortable. Private jet masks squish your head, and they're meant for 41,000 feet instead of 33,000. Well, now they're dead. So the oxygen cup so I can have full alertness before we crash into the ground in a fiery ball. Yeah. My theory is that instead of being dead, they're just unalive. Okay. Whatever. Really? I want some ice cream now. It's summer. It's almost time for me to start breaking out the ice cream sandwiches again. I need to get my body ready for the beach. By eating ice cream sandwiches. Yes. Fortunately, you've been running. Yeah, 10K every morning. And swimming. At least according to that watch. Just cover your body in $100 bills. I was gonna see if Louis Vuitton made a leather, like, beach towel. Swimming the rough waters of the SPX. Leather beach towel. Gross. Not if you wear enough sunblock. I'm a pilot, and a similar accident happened in Germany a couple months ago. I was on autopilot until they ran out of fuel and crashed into the sea. Huh. I do like swimming, actually. It's one of my favorite things too, Squamsk. Louis Vuitton beach towel, $640, but not leather. Doesn't really have the same feel to it if it's not leather, though, right? Oh, I update? Nothing's moved. I've been watching it this whole fucking time. Some calls sold off, some puts sold off, some calls sold off, some puts sold off. Then they all bought back in around the same time. And now they're just flat again. We're stuck in between the put wall and the call wall again, which is 4270 and 4275. Did you see PBR? It's been going up for a couple days now. With the I mean, oil's been moving up, so. Was there something else that happened? They got some good news about what? Any idea what Upstart is running today? What NASDAQ was running? No, SLD is the Wednesday before OPEX, not the third Wednesday. It's just always the Wednesday before OPEX. It doesn't matter if it's the second or third Wednesday. It's usually the third Wednesday, but not always. Partner with Unigel? Okay. Cool. As long as their dividend stays ridiculous and the current government doesn't fuck it, um, it's in a good spot, I think. Would you rather be able to eat anything you want and have it be perfect nutrition, or have only 1 hour of sleep a day and be fully rested? 1 hour of sleep. Definitely 1 hour of sleep. I hate sleeping. It's such a fucking waste of time. If we see significant downside from SLD until the following week once again, has something changed? This would be the third time in a row. Possibly. I mean, it wouldn't be the third time. The month before last, for April, we did have downside during the SLD period. It just wasn't a lot. And that might have been due to the haircut. The next month may have been even more so, right? So yeah, I mean, it's a possibility that like the DTCC haircut has affected, the amount of margin that's being carried, or at least the amount of margin being carried under, FDIC and DTCC's purview. Louis Vuitton makes a cooler if you want to flex at the beach. Okay. I'll just rent a yacht. That's usually better. They're used though, which is gross. I don't know what time frame you're looking at on Tesla. I find yachts overrated. All right. Have you got any uncomfortable, medical reactions due to your sleep less for years? No, I don't think so. Hmm. When I accumulate cash, I'm gonna buy a tiny little house and like a $6,000 fancy acoustic bass. Okay. Like a stand-up bass? Oil dropping when SPX follow. I could use 4260 ASAP. Yeah, that'd be cool, except that's not happening right now. We're now above the put wall. This whole thing's a fucking mess. Ugh. I wish today was more fun. But it doesn't want to be. Some of the puts are closing off, like the sold puts that are under like 260 to 245 for this Friday. But they're also selling them on 721. Hmm. Jesus. Half the fucking options chain underneath us is just sold puts. So much risk in that position. How's the Yang play going? I buy back in today. Probably before market close. Well, it's like if they start pulling the puts back, then VIX is going to go up, right? There's got to be a lot of slippage in trying to close out that position. And does Juice Caboose bring down the hammer? There's a lot of auctions next week. Sold puts selling off means what? Market up? No. They wouldn't be selling off, they'd be buying to close. But if they start buying to close, that's probably gonna, well, I guess as long as they're outside of the VIX expiration, then they could do it without affecting the auction. But if they start closing further dated ones, it's gonna have some effect on the price of VIX. Tomorrow's like a weekly VIX expiration tomorrow morning. The endgame for the sold puts is to prop the market to exit longs. I mean, that's what capital flows would tell us, yeah. Outflows and equities, well, equities have been net outflow for quite some time now. Couple months. Few months. Two months outflows, higher indexes. Well, derivatives are a powerful thing, especially in a market that doesn't have a lot of liquidity. If there was more liquidity, this would be really, really fucking dangerous, right? I mean, think about this. They've sold puts all the way up to like 42.60, right? That's $15 below the price we're currently trading at. Those are naked, right? If the market drops, they're fucked. Like if someone big sells, like a big sale, they're gonna get pushed out of the money. And then if that triggers like another big sale, then they're gonna get pushed really far out of the money, right? There has to be some coordination behind that, you would think. I mean, the idea is to, you know, pump the market with zero. So you sell the puts, you buy the zero DTs, you pump it up, you close the puts, you close the calls, right? In a perfect world. But, they've been buying calls and selling puts for 2 days now, and we haven't gone higher. We tested almost 4,300 yesterday, right? Or yeah. And then we've been under that ever since. And I mean that's probably why we saw some puts start to build up earlier today, because other participants are going to take advantage of that trade that's over leveraged, right? All the contrarians are going to come in and try to take advantage of the long side being crowded. Whoever's doing this gets blown the fuck out. Regarded play deserves punishing. But how much, I mean, some people have already said this already. How much is there left to sell, right? Thoughts on Opera? What about it? That's like for data? It's fine. That's you gonna get it from them direct or through a provider? What do you mean how much is there left to sell? Well, if equity outflows have been net negative for 36 consecutive weeks, how much is there left to sell? Like, and if they're all done selling, then what? They just close the short puts and let it all drop? Like that was the ultimate goal. Get to the resolution of the debt ceiling and then dump. Well, I mean, the debt ceiling's arguably not resolved yet, right? The treasury still has very, very little money right now. No, I don't mean short puts. I mean like actual holdings. The only thing that will stop the pump is jobless claims increasing. Unemployment went up by 0.3 on the last report. Jobless claims did increase. They've been increasing. Part-time jobs are down by 100,000 positions. Multiple salary earners have been losing jobs at a pretty steady pace. Minority unemployment is skyrocketing. I mean, eventually the positioning expires, right? The more they suppress VIX, the more leverage they need to continue to suppress it, right? So the further and harder they push down on the VIX, the more tail risk they're going to create. They've already created quite a lot. Call buying coming in again. What if core CPI goes up again? I mean, core CPI has been going up. You mean headline? I mean, the fact that core CPI is going up implies that headline is likely to go up in the future. Usually, core CPI is leading. So if that's true, why wouldn't the Fed pause if they reached their employment mandate? They haven't reached their employment mandate. There's no price stability right now. They're targeting unemployment of like 4 to 4.2, not 3.7. But if unemployment goes up by 0.1, that's an official recession. So you have a 0.5 increase in unemployment over the last 12 months from the low. The real maddening part is the fact that none of us understand just how long it takes for them to be dumb. Common wisdom would be 3 months should be more than enough time, and yet here we are. I don't think like, I mean, the amount of time it takes them to get rid of their positions and hedge them appropriately for any kind of, you know, like bigger market event is, it can't be determined, right? It's as long as it takes. There's too many different participants, too many different positions. I plan on selling CCs on GME after the meeting tomorrow. Then if they called away doing CSPs, what's a good time frame to use? Any tips for me? I'm doing this on my IRA account on Fidelity. I usually don't sell when I do CCs and CSPs on GME. I usually keep it under 14 days to expiration, unless there's been like a really big run. In which case I'll maybe sell 30 or 45. But for the most part, selling theta is not worth it. And then, you know, if the price doesn't go down enough, you'll want to be able to roll out and take advantage of that extra theta you didn't sell initially. So it's usually a good idea to keep them kind of short because it makes them easier to manage. And then if you do need to add theta to them, you can. You missed the combo between Dork and Dunkston last night. There's an infinite money glitch theory. No, there isn't. I would love your take on it. I'm too dumb to explain. Maybe Dork or Dunkston can explain. I'm down 5K over the last 4 trading days. We have been pumping nonstop. Common, where are the red days? Why don't you just buy a call? It sounds like your issue is that you just keep buying puts every day while the market pumps. And that's why are you fighting against billions of dollars of inflow into derivatives? You're gonna lose. Don't fight it. Just play what it gives you. Buy call, get free put. Yeah. Although I'm not one to talk right now. I have calls and puts, and they're both worthless. I need more water. 1 second. Puts are so expensive. No, they're not. VIX is at like 14. Yeah, calls are expensive, and the last couple days they really haven't been worth it. You got to go closer to the money. That's the biggest issue, right? You can't buy out of the money calls if you're gonna play these like intraday bounces. You have to be like at the money or 1 strike in. That way you just capture the delta on the move. Are we gonna have any downs here? It's not looking like it. We're just so there's a put wall. There's a put wall at 42.75 and a call wall at 42.70. So, you know, we fell a little bit below the call wall there. We're a little bit above the put wall here. I should probably here. There's more calls this way, and there's more puts this way. GME is a $24.98 stock, but it's very close. A little bit more market pump and it'll get there. Are you bullish for GME for earnings? Not particularly. I'm kind of just indifferent. I don't have high expectations. Arbitraging Japanese T-bills of something and hedging the currency swaps. I clearly don't know what I'm saying. I swear it makes sense. Uh, mm, Not on the currency side, but on the rate side, maybe. It's it's not a great arbitrage opportunity because it carries duration risk. Like even if you're using shorter dated securities. Dunstan and Dork strapping on the tinfoil is frightening to me. Also, if it is going on, it's not like you can stop it. S&P 500 at 4279.53 is nearing a new bull market. More evidence that market participants are feeling optimistic. Really, they weren't more optimistic at 4300. It's 4280. Is this like a real fucking news quote? The tinfoil? Hey, we were very explicit that this was a tinfoil rabbit hole of maybes, and in no way it was a representation of what is actually occurring. Okay. I'm just saying both of you like to partake in the aluminum. And I could see that getting far-fetched very quickly. I have a theory that Elon Musk's lower half is that of a wasp. Was I abused on acid as a child? I don't know. Were you? Barron's article about VIX? I can't help it. I chew on the tinfoil to feel anything these days. What does that do? Are you scared of dying? Not really. Why do you ask, Osho? Stop. What a strange question. Why is VIX so low? It's being very heavily shorted. Chewing on aluminum foil transfers electrons to your teeth. It's a weird tingling sensation. I've never tried it. S&P 500 equal weight looks like it's lifting off, but there's the anticipation of a bear market. Do you get nervous? No, not really. I'm scared of heights, very high ones. Well, those are the best ones to be scared of. Causes a reaction with amalgam filling that feels like you're being electrocuted through your teeth. Interesting. I'm gonna have to give it a try. This sounds like a fun experiment. Have you ever considered going long VIX by buying puts? I mean, yeah. You buy far dated out of the money puts. I want to see 42.85 so my calls go in the money. I want to see 42.80 so my calls go in the money. I'm scared that the bear thesis assumes that this isn't a giant Ponzi based on no real value. But it's not, right? That's the super stonk in you talking. Second, your grandpa told you to put your tongue on a 9-volt battery. I presume everyone had that experience. No? I've put my tongue on a 9-volt battery. Vic showing GME how to go back to 2020 levels. What's your take on this $25 level being fought so hard? What, on GME? I mean, it's just illiquid and sensitive to the upside of the market. And then the market hasn't had enough downside for it to actually dump. So we'll just keep trading in between, you know, the calls and the sold calls. Is there a bullish counterargument to the expected downturn on treasury effect? No? I mean, it's bullish for bondholders. I just want to say thanks to the top secret DDS DD. Glad I got in before it rocketed $17 today. I don't know where I'd be without you. Do you think there's any downside potential left today? Or looking call heavy now? Well, it's been call heavy from like 4280 to 4300 all day. The problem is that every time we hit this level on ES, we sell off again. So ES, like all of the sell-offs today have been because of ES. It hasn't been because of SPX. The options positioning on SPX has barely moved all day. It's almost all stayed around the exact same levels. Some stop losses get triggered on the dumps and then they buy back in. Same thing on the pump side. What happens if the Fed pauses? Everyone flocks into bonds. But that'll depend on their guidance. If they pause and they're like, but we're definitely doing a rate increase in July, then people won't. But if they pause and they're like, we'll see what happens in July, then they might. Yeah, I still haven't seen any info on the Russell 2K yet. I mean, it should, as illiquid as GME is right now, it should have positive beta. And its beta it's like slightly positive, but only a little bit. But yeah, any bearish momentum on the market will tank it. They actually have some liquidity now. They covered a little bit yesterday and today, probably in anticipation of earnings. But they're not covering all of the liquidity at once, right? We're not seeing like that OPEX risk off effect. We're not seeing them close out their short calls. They're just open. They're not moving them. Even the in the money ones aren't closing out. Not a lot left on my market crash bingo card. Win SPX 3335. I mean, it still doesn't look very good. The upside has like very little call interest beyond 4300. I think there's big enough positioning at 4300 that it's advantageous for them to move up and grab it, but so far they've not been able to. And then you start to get up around like the JPM collar again. And like the big JPM collar, which is at 4320. I didn't say that people would pile into growth if the Fed pauses. I said they would pile into bonds because it means that bonds are at peak yield. That's why markets crash after the Fed stops hiking rates. Like if you look historically, when the Fed stops hiking, the market crashes. That's because everyone piles into bonds. All the big money flows into bonds. Remember where you were when VIX fell below 14, so you can tell your kids. It's not below 14 yet. Close. Hmm. VIX went really low before the COVID crash, too. I'm gonna hold my 0 DT calls to expiration. I'm insisting on 4285. Are you sure that's a good idea? You're not gonna even put a stop on them? Or anything? Should we be loading up on 30 DTE spy pits? It's up to you. Yeah, futures is kind of meeting resistance again here. Interesting. One second. Sweet. I got a new allergist appointment. Hmm. That looks a lot like August. $42.70 seems like a good endpoint for today. Yeah, probably. I don't know if there's enough push left, but I guess we could see a sell-off in futures before the end of the day. What happened in August? JPOW raised rates. Yeah, actually, TGA did refill a bit. Less fear than in August? Maybe. Why is this like August? Back in August, I was getting overly bearish on SPY and gave up due to lack of money for Theta and missed the dive. I remember that. Over under on SEC suing Kraken tomorrow morning. Are they US based? Yeah, VIX was better back in August. Rates weren't at 0 in August. They were low. Rates are definitely higher now, but the real rate was still negative last August. I'm gonna YOLO into GME calls tomorrow before market close and pray. Okay. I hated August, but it panned out. Yeah, it did. I got pretty underwater in August too. That was a long haul. You think J-Pow pauses and says we're gonna chill for a bit just to get people to go buy bonds? Maybe. But I mean, I think if they pause, they need to do more QT. Because the rate hikes aren't bringing inflation down, right? And they're definitely not cooling off the job market. Basing it on August, how long do we have to go? Like a week or two. Although the rate decision in August was later in the month than it is now. Well, he expects Juice Caboose to do the QT for him, doesn't he? I mean, some, but that's gonna increase the federal balance sheet, right? Because the Treasury puts those on deposit at the Fed. Like the TGA is at the Fed. So next week after the Fed meeting could be a turning point. Well, we have a lot of auctions next week. That'll have some impact, and then yeah, the Fed meeting is definitely going to be important because technically we're heading towards a stagflationary recession. Unemployment only needs to move up 10 more points before we're just in one. And I mean, Powell at some point has to do something to address that. If JPEG needs to destroy demand and a pause will send people to bonds, why didn't he pause at the last meeting? Because they're holding out some hope that their rate increases are going to bring down inflation and stop it from entrenching. But inflation is arguably already entrenched. So by hiking rates one more time and giving it another month, you can see if, some of the effects on unemployment are going to be realized. Or on the labor market in general, actually. So far, they haven't been. And now inflation is heating up again. So he either needs to address it with stronger hikes than he's been doing, right? He's got to move the effective rate higher, or the real rate more positive. Like right now, the real federal funds rate is still almost at 0%. So if you subtract inflation from the federal funds rate, it's at like 0.7. So they really haven't done a lot. Volcker went hard because it would fix the problem and quickly. Obviously the fallout's really bad, and there's a lot of wealth destruction, which JPOW is trying to prevent by going with a lighter touch. It's just not working because the American consumer needs to be shaken and beaten into submission before they'll stop buying shit. And for a while, JPOW was able to control that speculation with his narrative. I think the last meeting showed that he is no longer able to do that. So now he's left with the choice of creating actual fear, which is hard to do before their big symposium where they all sit down and decide what the economy is going to look like for the next year. But he doesn't really have time to wait till Jackson's Hole. I'm calling bullshit on it being entrenched. My real estate agent said it's not, and I'll be able to refi in 2025 at 2.5%. That's bullish as fuck, and he has a leased Audi. Oh, Jesus. The effects of the Fed rate hikes are not felt until 12, 18 months after the beginning of the rate hike cycle. Yeah. They have lagging effects. It's not quite that lagging. Some of the effects are immediate, but some of the effects do take longer. When do you see the most probable beginning of a definitive downtrend in the SPX? Well, we've got 1 day so far. The only participants that matter are BlackRock and the company that owns them. Vanguard? Are we sure that the American consumer can't stop buying stuff, or they're simply trying to maintain the same standard of living under the weight of inflation? That's the same thing, right? They're maintaining a standard of living where they have a lot of discretionary expenditures that they should have stopped, spending that money a year and a half ago. People are still buying houses at fucking with a 7% 30-year mortgage. The consumer is stupid. You think SPY 75 DTE 400p is enough theta? Could be. It's a lot of theta. I don't know if we're going under 4,000. I read in the DD that there's enough GME liquidity to short earnings. That said, How long can its condiment chart stay generally flat? Would an eventual resolution there be as violent as before? I mean, only if the resolution were the same as before, which it hasn't been because there's been less options interest. But it can stay pretty flat for a pretty long time. I mean, from like December of 2018 through December of March of 2020, GME's liquidity was pretty overextended and it didn't go anywhere. It was being very heavily shorted that entire period, right? But synthetic shorting on GME is mostly stopped. It's not being as heavily synthetically shorted as it was prior to March earnings. They didn't really come back. Do a poll. How many people do you know that have bought a house in the last 6 months? I don't really think that's viable data. Our realtor just canceled our showing for this afternoon since the house got an accepted offer on it already. Housing market's still pretty hot here. People are still door dashing frozen burritos. I'd suggest that those that have to cut back to essentials are still taking the piss. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. I posted it in this morning's DD. I've been trying to buy a house since July 2020. Kind of missed the window there, huh? Yeah, they should have moved forward with higher rates right off the bat. They should have put the federal funds rate above the rate of inflation last year. We wouldn't have this problem. We would have had, a big correction. But now we'd be recovering instead of, running toward like head first towards, another cycle of hot inflation. Wait till the housing market actually starts to be devalued, and then you'll really see what a liquidity crisis looks like. Because all those MBSs are based on, the current housing market value, which is fucking absurd. Yeah, corporate greed's a big problem too. You don't think a true recession brings us under 4,000 this summer? I mean, based on the current positioning, no, not yet. I think the SPX should go back to like 3,200 over time. I think that's where a fairer valuation of it is, but it could take some time to get there. I mean, don't underestimate the shit that's been going on for the last 2 months. Like we had a series of bank failures, and now the market's, trading at 52-week highs, right? Like this is big money saying we're not going to hold the bag. And they're going to sell it to anybody they can convince to buy it. Now, whether that be forcing the MMs to buy it or ETFs or retail, they don't care. Doesn't big money saying that typically end in a quick down? I mean, when the down happens, yeah. And we've gone over on the member stream a few times that, like, you know, informed participants are always well aware in advance of a market crash. And they get the fuck out. And everyone else holds the bags. Mutual funds, pension funds, discretionary funds that have not, I mean, they have, all they can do is buy, right? I mean, right now we've got indexes that are propped up on the back of the valuation of 8 companies, which are all down 30% year over year in revenue, and trading at levels higher than they were when they had those revenues. And the longer this goes on, it's not the more bullish it gets. It's worse. The outcome gets worse. It's the opposite. We are selling to willing buyers at current fair market price. Because it takes a long time to offload positions of that size, OG rules. It's not quick. And yeah, frankly, the longer it pumps and the longer it stays at these levels, the scarier it gets, because it means the more they're getting rid of, right? I mean, the Treasury can barely get anyone to come in on their tender offers. They tendered, 60 billion the other day and only sold 15. That's not a good sign when people aren't snapping up 5% one day interest, right? That means one of two things, right? Either they're not liquid enough to do it, right? Or they don't want to get the liquidity out of on RRP to do it. Or they think it'll go much higher. And they know by not shelling out the liquidity now that they can see yields drive. I mean, fucking the 6-month hit 6.3% this morning. AI is bullshit. It doesn't make money yet. It's okay. Let me rephrase that. The technology is useful. It will have an impact on our society over time. It's an extremely good productivity tool. Right now, though, it doesn't make money. There's no revenues. There's only capex, and no one's spending money because their margins are shrinking. Amazon was the only one that was honest about it, but they're the largest cloud provider in the world. And they were like, "Yeah, we're not going to invest in that because it's too fucking expensive." JPA's an investment banker lawyer, not an economist, and I think conflates Wall Street with the economy. I mean, that could be both good and bad. I don't think economists do anything different. Yeah, it replacing jobs isn't good for our economy, though, right? then the strongest backbone of the bull thesis, which is that somehow our strong labor market can just power through all of this, is meaningless. "30 minutes left." Volcker would slam the issue with a 0.75 hike and force the bags on current holders. I mean, he'd do more than 0.75. I mean, JPow's got self-interest too. So does the rest of the Federal Reserve Board. If they go in there and destroy wealth, none of them are ever getting a revolving door again. They might fix the economy. They might fix it for decades, but they'll be fucking blacklisted from every public speaking appearance and every hedge fund board and fucking from the SEC and from every future cabinet, right? I don't care what you think, Mr. Gold. It literally means nothing to me. As you said, the longer this goes on, the worse it becomes. I think an economist recognized the great risks of the economy, where JPOW only sees the threat to Wall Street. I mean, you don't think JPOW has economists working at the Fed telling him that? He knows, but if he's too aggressive and doesn't explore every less aggressive route, then it's going to be said that he didn't do his job, that it's his fault. Yes and no. It's fine if the major players are ready for it. Well, yeah, they're the ones that matter. I mean, in the sense of a greater good, we can't have all of our fucking banking system fail. Banks weren't nearly as overextended back in Volcker's day as they are now. Glass-Steagall was very much still in place back then. JPAL is not the only voting member of the Fed, though. Yes, they're all looking out for their own interests. So far, that's only dug the hole deeper.
What if we say pretty please? I was under the impression that the Fed staff are mostly nepotistic revolving door hires. Yeah, I mean, probably for the most part. Definitely a lot of yes men. $10 DT, slightly out of the money. SPX put here to capture downside through end of week. Maybe this is getting rejected. Are we getting calls selling off at all? Are we just going to hold this level? We might just hold this until the end of the day. 42.80. 42.85. Okay. So there's puts at 42.85. A pretty decent number of them. Not as many as calls, but a decent amount. There's actually a pretty good number of puts to the downside. So, are all the at the money options positions going to take profits and then nothing? $20 minutes. VIX ripping to check notes of 14.13. And it's 10%, right? No one is coming to save the plebs. If we hit hyperinflation, or inflation becomes more entrenched, that doesn't necessarily benefit the wealthy. Yields will keep rising, right? And that'll create a lot of floating rate risk for swap holders. The balancing act that they've done up until this point does require the market move down. Just not crash, right? Where do you think is the bottom for FSLR? 170 again or 150 fair? I mean, those are like my long-term targets for it, like by like September. It's come down pretty hard over the last few days since it's like little peak there at 412. I'm still targeting like 170. It found a lot of support there last time. It's got earnings. When? Are they even announced yet? It's got earnings on the 27th of July. Yeah, I don't think 170 again is out of the question. But I would, scale back profits if I was targeting that. 180, 186, 185 is kind of my midpoint price target there. I have some 170 puts, but most are 200 and 180. Is the Treasury short thesis null now? No. Not at all. In fact, with the Treasury refilling the TGA, it might be about to get kind of spicy. Ooh. Fucking ES hasn't even sold off. What the fuck is going on here? Barely. NASDAQ?
NQ's red on the day again. Russell up 273 basis points. I mean, it still looks like there's some sector rotation going on, right? Cat's up today. R2K's rocketing. There still seems to be some flight to safety in big tech, though. Hmm. Interesting. Two years up, 5 years up, 10 years up, 20, 30-year down. Expecting a miss on docu earnings this week? No, I don't really have any plans for docu's earnings this week. I don't have any covered calls out right now, but I'll probably sell some. That went pretty well for me at the last earnings, so yeah. I'll probably sell some covered calls on it. Maybe I don't know, maybe like 55. They're Thursday, right? What day are they? The 8th? Yeah, I'll probably sell some covered calls. Let's see where it pumps to first. Is this day 3 for Nvidia going down? I believe so. Day, at least day 2. Thursday it went up. Yeah, day 3. Yeah, well, it was kind of flat yesterday, but I think down a little. Friday it closed up 1.49%, but yesterday and today down 1%, 1.6 and 1% today. Yeah, I don't think we fall below the call wall. With VIX so low, thoughts on out of the money, far dated calls? I had bought some for like 15 and 16 already for July. I don't like to go too far out of the money. Tech isn't safe. People are just pretending it is. Tech is arguably the most exposed to the negative macro conditions. But, you know, in other periods of economic turmoil, Americans have always, turned their investment into the thing that they trust, right? Whether that thing performs well or not, it doesn't matter. So when people move to, like, what they consider safe, they consider, tech stocks with big moats safe. They think, Apple and Google and Amazon are going to be safe investments for a recession. The old who doesn't pay their mortgage argument back in the day. Like RCA leading into the Depression, I don't think it reached the high of the 1920s again. Yeah, that's a good example. There's a lot of other ones, right? There's, like, was it Sun Microsystems going into the .com bubble? Um, I mean, even like Microsoft in the .com bubble, Motorola, uh, fucking oh, I can't think of the name of them. BlackBerry, Cisco. Yeah, thank you. Kodak, Enron. I mean, Enron seemed promising, right? Safe, right? Oil. Ray Sun, check DM. Nvidia now trading 37 times its revenue, price to sales, and 202 times its earnings. Now's the right time to remember what Scott McNealy, CEO of Sun Microsystems, told Bloomberg just after the .com collapse. Yeah, he has a very famous statement, that there was just no way the company would ever be worth what investors had priced it at. BitConnect, Blockbuster. Nothing's ever too big to fail. I mean, the problem with JPM is it's so big that if it does fail, the support structure for saving it can't save it, right? So, you think of those, like, especially with them, like, waiving the requirements and allowing them to snap up, these failing banks. It's like FRC. It's very risky, because eventually if those banks are continued to allowed to grow, they become bigger than, what can be saved. They should be broken up, frankly. The tech companies probably should be as well, but, America stopped doing that back in the early 1900s. Whoa there, E. Warren. It's true. Is the relentless shorting of it ever going to become problematic? Yeah, it creates tail risk. If you look at the SPX options chain, it's like fucking stacked at every strike with sold puts. If the market fails, right? Someone big is done holding up the floor and just starts selling. This is going to squeeze. They don't even it's not like they're selling short theta either. These are, 616 721 expirations. And they're if they're unsuccessful in, creating a bull market out of nothing, right? Then the market will fail, and all of their long leverage is front loaded because they're selling those expirations, but they're buying zero DTEs. So yeah, it creates a lot of tail risk. Cheap leverage to prop the market up. Leverage. It has a cost. Squeeze to the downside? That's usually where they occur. I mean, VIX goes much lower and it's going to start to piss off hedges. Everybody long shit hedging with VIX is like starting to get their in the money calls driven out of the money. Boom. VIX at 14. $13.99. I don't want to play a song for this fucking circus. SPX is up $13 on the day. And VIX VIX is down $1.50. VIX dropped 40% in the last 10 days. Fucking ridiculous. What's this one? Hold on. Ah, it doesn't work. There we go. Cloud music. This feels right. I'm playing Diablo 4 and this is somehow fitting. September 3800p, good IV Vega play from here. They're not bad. I have a couple. Actually, I have 3750s. Sorry. Ding ding. Hey look, VIX spiked at the end of the day. Back above 14. I can turn the cloud music off now. I think I'm just gonna play the cloud music on repeat anytime VIX is below 13. At what point does selling puts if VIX is slow become unprofitable? I mean, it's already very risky. They're selling them extremely close to the money. They were selling them, you know, like at like point. Well, let's not use delta. They were selling them like 200, 250 BPS out of the money. Now they're like 10 BPS out of the money. I'm trying to BTC, buy to close my GMECC, but I can't get the fill. I'm hitting the bid. Is that greedy? Need to go for mid? Probably. You probably need to get closer to the ask if you're not getting a fill. Any good Vega plays on SPY? I mean, the similar contracts and similar weighting should be roughly the same. I think SPY Vega is slightly higher. So you can go a little further out of the money, and at 10-1 you still get the same amount of Vega exposure, but that can vary contract to contract, so check it. Let's see what futures is doing at the end of the day. Jesus, how fucking boring. Not much. NASDAQ closed flat. S&P up 23 BPS. With oil down 87, which is surprising. Russell up 272 basis points today. And Dow flat. VIX futures down 6.56%. Dixie up. Yields are moving up overnight again. We'll see. I mean, right now, I mean, I'm still not seeing long dated calls come in. We've got, 4,300 interest on the 6/16 expiration, but then above that, everything's starting to be pretty much sold, especially for further expirations. I still think they're after this position. It's quite large, but like the 4350s, 4400s, those have all mostly sold off. A lot of the like 4310 and 4015 aren't closed out yesterday. So the upside interest is shrinking. Puts have been coming in below 4250, but not near the money yet. I mean, it's smart for bears to take advantage of the lower VIX and, you know, not be in a rush to drive prices down, especially if they're trying to build up larger positions, but I don't think they're building up a lot of larger, farther dated positions because we're really still not seeing that much activity on the VIX, right? TGA closing balance? I have no idea. It's probably still really low. Does anybody have it? Is it 75, Poopy? 71.2? Jesus. Yeah, so that's still rough. A little better, but not great. I guess they have another auction tomorrow. Looks like a lot of memes are up this week. Last time they all spiked was last August. Could this spike be leap puts? Closing on the basket. No, I don't think so. I mean, those aren't leaps. At least that expiration isn't. July is the July, December, and January are the leap expirations. 0% financing is surfacing on new vehicles. It's a sign. Huh. All right. Well, thank you guys so much, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle